Honourable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I want to welcome you to today's sitting. During yesterday's sitting, the House stood over the consideration of the National Swahili Bill 2023, pending streamlining and harmonization between the two ministries, Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Gender. And we'll want to get a report from the leader of government business to that effect, because the bill is ready and we're ready to proceed. Let's hear from him on.
Madam Speaker, we wanted to seek your permission that the two ministries can be given an opportunity to reconcile in cabinet on Monday. Then we'll consider this bill when we have harmonized internally next week.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, in the same spirit, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we hear from him? He promised to report back here on the issue of requirement for national ID to register marriages yesterday. And he promised to come and explain why they have brought it in existence today. Can we know?
Leader of opposition, maybe to bring you on board. We have the Swahili Bill. Which Swahili Bill? Swahili is a subject which is examinable. However, when the bill was sent for preparation, it was sent to Minister of Gender. The bill was sponsored by the Minister of Gender, and the Minister of Gender even didn't sign on the bill. So we don't know whether it was deliberate or what. So that's where we are saying, is it under gender or it is under what? Education. And the House insisted that it should be under education.
Madam Speaker, you've brought out the issue well. There was a legal question which these two parties should have gone out to settle before they return here with the bill. Ideally, the minister should move to withdraw this bill so that it is introduced in a proper way. Otherwise, if we proceed on this bill, you must brace yourself for a legal challenge, and this is a notice to Parliament.
That is okay. That is okay. Yes. Yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, these bills, there is always discussion in cabinet. I don't know why the front bench wants to put us in a very big dilemma and make us appear ugly. I think it is important, Right Honourable Speaker, for our colleagues in the front bench to take a humble pie and make us appear tidy. Otherwise, we are going to have a very big problem. And Right Honourable Speaker, this is not the first time we are facing this scenario. I remember even when we were discussing, I think it was the health insurance bill, we almost fell into the same problem. So I don't know what kind of discussion actually happens in the executive when matters of this nature come up. I think they should really need to guide us.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, on the point of the marriage, the acting leader of opposition yesterday asked, we did request the Honorable Norbert Mao, who has actually wedded recently, to, to tell us why people are wedding require national IDs. He was informed. I think I'm going to cross-check in a few minutes and see whether he's coming. On the question of Basalirwa, we don't want to make Parliament look untidy. That's not our intention, and that's the reason why we are saying we go back to cabinet, we harmonize it, and this is part of, Madam Speaker, this is part of the legislative process. Where there is any question, we go back, harmonize it, and come back when we are okay. We have listened. You are saying this bill should be accommodated under the Ministry of Education. That's what the House is saying. And we are going to go back. If it requires to gazette it afresh or to go through a process that will make the process neater, we will do that. That's the reason why we are asking for only 2 days. Monday is just 2 days from now. Thank you.
So, and that's what Honorable Lee was saying, that you withdraw the bill officially. You move to withdraw the bill officially, but
Madam Speaker, I think that decision can be made after we have consulted. Yeah, whether we are going to withdraw or not to withdraw. But what we are committed to is to ensure that the voices from the House are heard and we respond to them. Thank you.
But then there was also an aspect of where somebody sponsors a bill and you send a bill without a signature. How do we confirm that is authentic? Who owns it?
On that one, on behalf of government, I would like to apologize that was an error. Every bill that comes to the House should be, the signature should be appended to.
Yeah, yes, Lop.
Honourable Speaker, I'm glad the Minister has considered on one element to say an error was occasioned and the bill was not signed. That should never happen, because I'm sure you have teams that help you put these things together. The Minister has also said that they are going to consult within Cabinet to determine whether or not to withdraw the bill. Honourable Speaker, I don't think there's two ways around it, because the law is the law. So I don't think you can sit and agree and say we shall not follow the law. As it is now, Honourable Speaker, we have got two options. That government can be humble enough, acknowledge a mistake that was made, withdraw the bill. Or as Parliament, we use our prerogative to throw the bill out, which will make you look shabby. So we're only helping you as government to say, withdraw, concede, you need to reorganize internally. So you withdraw what you brought before us here, go back, sit, get organized, which ministry is bringing this bill, make sure it is signed, and so on. If they don't want to do that, we use our powers as Parliament to throw it out.
Lob, on top of that, our chairs of the committees should also exercise the procedural prudence to make sure that the bill is fully it is signed, or it has all the ingredients that require it to be what? To be processed.
I agree, Right Honourable Speaker, because you see, there are many gatekeepers. So the first gatekeeper is the minister who is bringing the bill. Once your technical people put it together for you, you ought to realize there's an issue. The second gatekeeper is at the committee stage. The third and final gatekeeper is here in the House. And so we did our good gatekeeping here in the House to say there is a problem here. We hope that now it can be reversed in a very nice way. So don't put us in a difficult situation as government to say we are going to see whether we withdraw or not. Because if you do not withdraw, we shall do the legal thing to say we have rejected it. I don't know if that's what you want.
Madam Speaker, if I may lend a hand of assistance to the leader of the incoming government problem, which will happen after 100 years. The government works in a certain way that as a minister, you cannot come here and withdraw the bill. I have got to go back to cabinet, and then we harmonize and come back when we are organized, and we are committed to bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, I think the problem starts with the laying of papers. In the past, we had a minister who said, I beg to lay when he had nothing in his hand. But the answer captured him as if he was laying something. I think we need to scrutinize documents that are being laid on table, because that's where the problem starts. When the minister presents a bill for the first reading and he says, I beg to lay, I think the technical people who are helping the presiding officer may quickly have to check, because these ministers have laid the air before. But for me, Madam Speaker, you have two issues with this particular bill. The first is how it was introduced and accepted by Parliament without obeying the rules of procedure. The second issue, I guess, for which the Honourable Bat says Cabinet needs to... Our rules, Madam Speaker, don't encourage members to storm your chair, like the Honourable Chiwanuka Chiyo is doing, because I am addressing the chair. So there are two issues, Madam Speaker, with this particular bill. The first is that it did not meet the technicality of being accompanied by a memorandum signed by the minister. Two, Madam Speaker, and you allow me, I disagree with every colleague here who says this Swahili Council should be moved from gender to Minister of Education. That's why yesterday I wanted to make my submission. I am disagreeing with the whole idea of creating a council. We study English, and all of you here speak English. Is there a council for English? You speak your language, Uganda, etc. You cannot be the same Parliament supporting rationalization and you allow government in a lazy way to begin creating a council. Because I don't know how this government works. We should thank God that we still exist. Because if you want a language to popularize, just introduce it and make it compulsory in schools. You have 12 million children who are in primary schools. Why do you bother Parliament and the whole afternoon you are debating creation of a council, whether it should be here or there, for purposes of promoting a language? 20 teachers teach everybody, like some of us who went through rural schools were even being beaten to speak English. But we are here as a Parliament allowing this lazy government to also carry us along. That we want to promote Swahili, therefore a council be created. So, Madam Speaker, that's the submission I intended to make yesterday, that actually we should just reject the creation of the council. If it exists, we abolish, and then assign this government a responsibility to go and administratively promote Swahili. Do the soldiers who speak Swahili, do they have a council in the military? So really, I don't want to be part of this lazy business.
Honourable members, as we wait for the harmonization between the leader of opposition and the AG, next item.
Item 3.
Honourable members, as you are aware, the right of a private member to initiate a private member's bill is enshrined under Article 94(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and operationalized in Rule 121 of the Rules of Procedure of this Parliament. Honourable members, whereas Section 76 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015 requires a bill and a first reading to be accompanied with a certificate of financial implication, this particular bill was not granted a certificate, and in the absence of the bill, Section 76(4) of the Public Finance Management Bill, which provides that a certificate of financial implication shall be deemed to have been issued after 60 days of the date of request of the certificate. Pursuant to Rule 1281 of the Rules of Procedure, I will now invite Honourable Sarah Opendi, Woman MP of Tororo District, to table her bill on the first reading.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Sarah Opendi, who is the mover of the bill, is currently unwell. She got a minor accident, and I'm here on her behalf to move the bill.
Sorry about the accident.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the Marriage Bill be read for the first time. I beg to lay a copy of the bill on the table.
The Marriage Bill 2024.
In furtherance to Rule 121 of the Rules of Procedure,
we need to examine that bill, because the rule says the bill must be accompanied by a memorandum signed. So we must establish it is signed properly.
you'll do it, you'll do it.
Okay.
Honourable members, the bill is going to the committee. If you don't want the bill, collapse it from there. Let's not suffocate anybody. Huh? That is like causing a miscarriage. There is no motion. In furtherance to Rule 129 of the Rules of Procedure, the bill stands referred to a joint committee of Committee of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs and Committee of Gender, Labour and Social Development. The Committee of Legal will take a lead on this motion, on this bill. And they will report as per Rule 1292 of Rules of Procedure. Can we get a feedback from Attorney General? On procedure.
Madam Speaker, the introduction of a bill means that all the attendant documents.
The bill was introduced.
Yes.
It is
Because
now
when
for
it
first
came
reading.
to when it came to certificate of financial implication, one of the requirements, you read the rule and explain how it has been handled. This means that actually even the memorandum must not be assumed to have been brought to Parliament. That you tell us, I have brought a bill, and also go ahead tell us that here is the memorandum and sign, and he submitted independent of the bill. You therefore don't assign the Speaker responsibility that is yours, you the mover of the bill. So the procedure issue I am raising, Madam Speaker, is whether you should not make the same judgment on the memorandum accompanying the bill like you have made on the certificate of financial implication.
Honorable Seungu, Catholic, Haj, the memorandum is part of the bill. The bill, it was attached when it came for introduction, and it is there. You wait. You are part of legal, a committee of legal. Wait and handle it in the committee. He left. AG.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I'm rising to clarify on the issue of the Swahili Bill, which was raised in your opening remarks. One, I can say without fear of contradiction that the memorandum that we're dealing with was signed. Number two, on the issue of where the bill should reside, was interrogated and considered, and was the considered view in Cabinet that it should be in the Ministry of Gender. However, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, for us to be able to give a coherent and well-organized answer, we can defer this to next week and come back and answer all these questions appropriate with the relevant evidence. Thank you.
Clarification.
Attorney General, thank you for your information. The record we have was from the Office of Clerk, and the clerk is a custodian of record of Parliament. And the record, we have examined that document. It shows there is no accompanying explanatory memorandum signed by the minister who proposed the bill. I'm told when a question of law has been raised and is brought to the attention of the presiding officer, it must be resolved before we proceed. You are making a claim without substantiating it with evidence which would support your claim. Madam Speaker, this matter, if you do not resolve it well, it is going to raise questions about that chair you're occupying, because it has serious implications for admissibility of this matter. I would pray for you to excuse yourself. These people must withdraw. In the alternative, the Attorney General
Excuse myself and leave the chair, or
no? I mean, you don't put yourself in a, because the public is judging. The document was examined here. It was verified. There was no signature. So, at what point was it signed, and how did it get introduced to the House? These are all questions that will be raised. So, to save face, I think the most honorable thing to be done is to withdraw. I remember a similar matter arose like this, and Attorney General, we went to negotiate with you out there, and we agreed the thing would be. We didn't speak about it to expose it unnecessarily. Now there's repetition. It is becoming a culture that the rules of this parliament can be breached by anybody on the watch of the presiding officers. I think that is uncalled for. It will be another indictment on this parliament. I don't agree with that.
Right Honorable Speaker, I have said, and I will repeat, that what I have asked for is to come back with the relevant documents. Now, if my colleague wants me to present them now, I can say I don't have the file now, but the thing is that the documents I know will exist and I will come with them. The minister who sponsored the bill will bring them.
Honorable members, after consultation between the two, and we must work as a team in the House, we will give government up to Tuesday. Short of that, come and withdraw your bill. If you don't withdraw your bill, we shall help you as a House. We shall help you as a House to get it out. Next item. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'm referring to the marriage bill, which you have referred to two committees jointly.
A decision was already. You're my personal Attorney General.
Yes.
Now, on something that has already been decided upon.
That's why I thought. Right Honourable Speaker, that I would raise this procedural point, and maybe you will consider your decision.
Wilfred, first wait. Honourable Wilfred. It was already passed. Next item.
Item 4, motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill, the Magistrates Court's Amendment Bill.
Honourable members, Article 94(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, and Rules 121 of the Rules of Procedure grants a member to introduce a private member's bill. It is right that Honourable Kiwanuka Abudala, MP Mukono North, seeks to exercise his constitutional obligation, and we now invite you under Rule 122(1) of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, this is a motion seeking leave of House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Magistrates Court's Amendment Bill. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, whereas Article 79 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, empowers Parliament to make laws on any matter for peace, order, development, and good governance in Uganda. And whereas Article 94(4)(b) of the Constitution and Rule 121 and 122 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament permit a member of Parliament to move a private member's bill. And whereas Article 129 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda creates courts of judicature, including Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court, and other subordinate courts of as Parliament may prescribe by law established, through which judicial power is exercised. Noting that courts of judicature are granted specific pecuniary and geographical jurisdiction, including the Supreme Court, which is designated under Article 132 of the Constitution and Section 4 of the Judicature Act, as the final court of appeal. The Court of Appeal, which is granted a dual function under Article 134(2) and 137 of the Constitution, to be the appellate court from such decisions of the High Court as may be prescribed by law, as well as being the Constitutional Court of Uganda. The High Court, which is granted unlimited original jurisdiction in all matters and such appellate and other jurisdiction as may be conferred on it by the Constitution on other law and or other law under Article 139 of the Constitution and Section 14 of the Judicature Act. Further noting that other subordinate courts have also been granted specific pecuniary and geographical jurisdiction over specific matters, including magistrates' courts, which are granted jurisdiction under Section 207 of the Magistrates' Courts Act, including the Chief Magistrate Court with a pecuniary jurisdiction over matters of a value not exceeding 50 million shillings, Magistrate Grade 1 with a pecuniary jurisdiction over matters of a value not exceeding 20 million shillings, and Magistrate Grade 2 with a pecuniary jurisdiction over matters of a value not exceeding 500,000 shillings, concerned that currently in Uganda, the judiciary faces a number of challenges, including case backlog, which according to the annual judicial report 2022 currently stands at 50,592 cases, being cases that have not been determined for more than 2 years, and 168,007 cases being cases pending determination by various courts. Further concerned that case backlog is highest in high court circuits, with a case backlog of 19,822 cases out of 33,222 pending cases, while the lowest case backlog is before magistrate courts, which have only 11,231 cases. Recording that case backlog at the High Court is attributed to various factors, including the low pecuniary jurisdiction for magistrates' courts, which has resulted in the filing of several cases and matters in the High Court. Concerned that whereas majority of cases are filed in the High Court is not widely spread out of Uganda, owing to the limited number of High Court judges who are currently 72, serving 132 districts of Uganda, compared to the magistrates' courts, which are widely spread out in the country and consist of 82 gazetted magisterial areas, with 301 magistrate grade 1 courts and 77 chief magistrate courts. Firmly convinced that there is need to amend the Magistrates Courts Act, Cap 16, to increase the pecuniary jurisdiction of magistrate courts as a means to reduce case backlogs in the High Court. Now, therefore, be resolved that Parliament grants me leave to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Magistrate Courts Amendment Bill, a draft of which is attached here too. And this Honorable Parliament do order the publication of the bill in the preparation for the first reading. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Is the bill seconded? Seconded. It is seconded by a leader of opposition, by Honorable Seungu, by Wilfred, by Francis, by the whole opposition, including Propua, Honorable Chua, Museveni, Honorable Baka, and Honorable Bunyole. Do you have something to say, Attorney General?
Hey, I thought I'm the one.
I think you're saying something.
No, Right Honorable Speaker, I was just calling out for your protection from me, Honorable Sewung, because he was coercing me into seconding a bill whose content I don't know.
No, You will get the content during a committee. Yes, the second, Honorable Mutembule. Yes.
I'm sure that's the
Honorable
procedure.
members. You want to justify your bill? I mean, your motion? He did justify. He combined everything. Yes, honorable members.
Madam Speaker, I'm here to second the motion.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, of recent we are suspicious of some two colleagues. And yesterday, they sat in front there, and you said it was a free sitting. Today I entered the house. From the beginning you didn't declare free sitting. But they have insisted on sitting on the front bench and near the most prestigious instrument in this house. We are very worried their motive, and that's why they insist sitting.
Honorable members, if you're suspicious of anybody, the presiding officer is not suspicious. Presiding officer, you never know they are going to be appointed ministers in the night. Maybe these are the next ministers to be appointed. So Honorable Bunyole.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in accordance with the Rule 60 of our rules,
yes,
I hereby second the motion seeking leave of this House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Magistrates Court's Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, this bill...
Honorable Aogon, what is the problem?
Now that there is a suspicion in the House.
Honorable member,
normally we have seen during the times when we had turmoil in this House, during the amendment of the Constitution, there was something which was done. The Sergeant at Arms placed the people to guard the mess strategically. Right Honorable Speaker, isn't it procedurally proper that we guard this mess? Because I'm suspicious.
Honorable members, all the members of parliament I have here are honorables. They are all honorables. All the members I have are honorables. I am not suspicious of anybody. As far as I know, our mess is very safe. Very, very safe. And don't live that kind of life. Live a free life. Live a free life. Huh? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
And I want to warn you people. This business of order procedure, when somebody is bringing a very serious motion like this, defending a serious motion, we should not. Let's leave a person to finish what is presented.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said that under Rule 60, I'm seconding this motion seeking leave of the House to introduce a private member's bill entitled the Magistrates Court's Amendment Bill. Madam Speaker, I'm supporting this and seconding because it's long overdue. The last time we had amendment of this act regarding pecuniary jurisdiction of the Magistrates Court was in 2007, under Act 7 of that year. And I want to report that that was the very year I also started legal practice, the active, in 2007. So for the last 17 years, we have not had anything. Yet our economy is growing. Yet there is more need for us to have matters handled by the Magistrates Court. For the lawyers who are here, who have been in practice, you know very well, there are cases that are in a High Court that in most cases are supposed to be in the Chief Magistrates Court Imagine cases of 60 million, 70 million. And as we are aware, High Court has unlimited jurisdiction, meaning it has wide jurisdiction to handle several cases. Now, bothering it with cases of 100 million, 200 million, in my view, is a disservice to this country. And as like my land friend has already mentioned, the Honorable Abdallah, that most cases are before magistrates courts. Okay? So, by us enhancing the pecuniary jurisdiction of this court, of magistrates court, we shall be doing justice to this country. By having all those cases, Chief Magistrate 200 million, that will be good. 100 for grade 1 magistrates courts, that will be good. This, in one way or the other, will lead to dispensation of cases expeditiously in those lower courts. Otherwise, if you look, High Court has so many cases. Grade 1 magistrates, they can easily dispose of their cases because the cases, just 20 million. How many cases are of 20 million? The economy is growing. Go to commercial court, we are handling matters of billions and billions. Instead of High Court concentrating on such cases, they also bothered with the cases of 60 million, 80 million shillings. I think by us having this enacted, this amendment, in one way or the other, we are allowing people to easily access justice and have cases disposed of expeditiously, as opposed to, you can imagine, there is a matter fixed, and we are supposed to handle the matter in 2025 towards the end. In the High Court, reason being, there is too much for the High Court. I think once this is done, Honorable Speaker, the issues will be resolved. Thank you very much. We shall have a reduction of the backlog. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Honorable, yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We have all along advised the executive arm of government, particularly before my junior colleague, but now senior because of his position came. The last time, we had told them to do the amendment by statutory instrument to increase the monetary jurisdiction of magistrates, grade 1 and chief magistrates, in a way to curtail the backlog in the High Court. Because you can imagine a High Court judge sitting to determine a matter of 51 million shillings with our currency devaluation. So I support the motion and I invite my brother, the Attorney General. This is a motion in good faith. It's intended to help the administration of justice consider and actually go and prepare the statutory instrument without even amending the act itself.
Thank you. Honorable members in the public gallery this afternoon, we have students and teachers from Yumbe Primary Schools. You all the way from Yumbe. Please stand up. Where are they? Join me in welcoming them, Yumbe. Audrey, can you greet, wave at your people? And thank you so much. In the Distinguished Strangers Gallery, this afternoon we have a delegation of film crew members from Compassion International Uganda. They are in the process of documenting an inspiring story and a documentary featuring Honorable Lusa Kelo, the woman member of parliament representing Amuru. Honorable Kelo is a proud alumni of Compassion International, and her journey comes all the way from Compassion International and the support for the girl child, and also a Sabakristo of Parliament of Uganda, leading the Catholic Church in Uganda. We are very proud of you, Honorable Akelo. I will give you to greet your people. Honorable members, I now put a question that Honorable Kiwanuka Abdallah be granted leave to introduce a private member's bill. the Magistrates Courts Amendment Bill. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it, and pursuant to Rule 1212 and 3 and 4 of Rules of Procedure, the clerk is hereby instructed to support the member in ensuring that the bill comes for the first reading. In the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers from St. Catherine Junior School, located in Mukono Municipality. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Bakireke, Betty Nambose, and Honorable Nabukera Anifa. Where the children, please stand up. They are here to witness the proceedings. They are here to witness the proceedings. Honorable Akelo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say something little about Compassion International and the journey I have walked with them. My story with Compassion International started when I was just in primary 4, a pupil of Chambogo Primary School. I had just come from a very devastating and difficult journey and life in Gulu then, as a result of the LRA conflict. I was among the many children, or the few, who were picked up by Compassion International, paid my school fees up to S6, and by the grace of God, I got government sponsorship to go and study in Makerere, and that is how my sponsorship ended. I actually thought that was the end of my journey with Compassion International, until I attended the National Prayer Breakfast in the United States, and as God had planned it, I actually sat next, because when you're there, you're given a number to sit on the table. And the table that I sat on, next to me, was actually the founder and the director of Compassion International. When I turned to introduce myself, actually he introduced himself first to me. And when I heard about it, it was so emotional. And from that time, they decided that my story and the work that I do be documented for the rest of the world to see and support the work of Compassion International. So with this, I want to thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to say, in this house we are 2 beneficiaries of Compassion. Honorable Margaret, I'm not sure whether she's in here, but that is what I wanted to say in just paying tribute. Maybe they can once again stand up for recognition. The team from Compassion International, just stand up. All the way from the US, we will be traveling with them to Amuru to see where I come from and also to document everything there. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This is a call to all of us. If you have something extra, give a helping hand. You never know where it will end up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Compassion International, and kindly continue supporting us. And we appreciate your support that you give to us. I know Honorable Elijah is one of the beneficiaries.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, like my sister stated here, she has benefited personally. I have benefited from Compassion International by them providing, they were the first people to provide piped water in Casilo County. In the village where I come from, they sponsor over 300 pupils in my village. and educate them. And it's not only that village, there are about 5 villages in Kasilo County that Compassion International has helped. They are helping the peoples, they are helping the vulnerable, they are helping by providing water, they are also helping the churches. So I want to thank them once more on behalf of the people of Kasilo County in Serre District. Thank you.
Thank you on behalf of Uganda. We want to thank you so much for the support you're giving to Ugandans. We do appreciate whatever you can do. Please kindly do it for the good of the Ugandans. We wish you well and God's blessing. Next item.
Item 5. Statement by Minister on the actions taken by government to comply.
Honorable members, if we are to give every beneficiary, then we will move out of the order paper. Can we have the order paper?
Item 5. Statement by Minister.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to join the colleagues that welcomed the humanitarian organization of Compassion. But Madam Speaker, you are setting a very, very good precedent that when we get guests, like it has just happened, and I've witnessed it incidentally in other jurisdictions. For instance, the neighborhood, the parliaments of the People's Republic of Tanzania, and even in Kenya, whenever guests come, or even school children, the area members of parliament are given a minute or so to welcome them. What you have just done is wonderful, and I stood up to salute you for that, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, thank you.
That you would from here roll it down to others.
Yes.
I beg to submit.
Have the Yumbe people gone? Melissa, you greet the Yumbe people.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this golden opportunity. I am so humbled. I want to take this opportunity to welcome my people from Yumbe District, the teachers, the pupils, the stakeholders, the parents, the PTA, all who are here. You're most welcome to Parliament. This is the Parliament of Uganda that belongs to everyone. I am so happy that you have come to observe the proceedings of Parliament. It is my pride. Please, when you go back, you learn a lot from here and then go and educate those you have left behind. And please vote Avako Melissa Naimagula. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, thank you. Peoples, you have had your order. Honorable Leon is a member of Parliament. Now, Honorable Leon, you greet our people from Yumbe, and you go with Melissa, take a picture at the steps with the pupils.
I've been longing for this opportunity. But for now, let me greet my students from Yumbe. Assalamu alaikum. You're most welcome. I'm waiting for the right opportunity to come on the floor here and present my main matter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Izama.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It is a pleasure to have these gallant people from Yumbe Primary School in this Parliament of Uganda. This is one of the best performing school in Yumbe district. You can see from the way how they have appeared, they are very smart, very organized, and their performance is also very excellent. We are proud of them.
Thank you.
It is a pleasure to have them in the Parliament, and they come from my constituency. I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Next item.
Item 5, statement by Minister on the actions taken by government to comply with international export market requirements for dried chili, wild aquatic products, and coffee.
Honourable members, Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure require Minister to submit to Parliament the action taken report detailing on actions that have been taken by the relevant ministries or ministers following a resolution or questions that have been raised by the House, and pursuant to Rule 52(1) of the Rules of the Procedure, I now want to invite the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Animal Husbandry.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, and thank you for giving us space on the order paper.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on the 18th of last month, I raised a matter of national importance concerning the delayed payment of the project affected persons of the palm oil project in Uvuma district. Right Honourable Speaker, these people gave in their land for the good of the community.
How is it related to what we are discussing?
Right Honourable Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising is that since the minister, that time the presiding officer, the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker, guided that the Prime Minister will come here and give us a statement about the delayed compensation of the project affected persons of the palm oil project. And now that the Minister for Agriculture is here, Right Honourable Speaker, isn't it procedure right that the Minister gives us an update about the compensation of the project affected persons, and also as to when they are willing to give funds for the maintenance funds for the palm oil outgrowers? Thank you, Right Honourable.
Honourable Member. Honourable Member, can I first have the statement of the Minister of what was asked for, and then you will now come in to ask your question. He has not heard. He has not heard. As of now, first give me the statement, and then you will answer all questions related to agriculture.
The Right Honourable Speaker, I'll be back on the floor.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for your guidance, and that we follow one item at a time, and we shall also get to that. Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, I make this statement to Parliament under Rule 552(1) of our Rules of Procedure to brief the House on the actions taken by government in regard to complying with certain export market requirements for agricultural products originating from Uganda. This statement is for information purposes, but also to request and seek support of the August House in mobilizing our farmers and exporters to understand these export requirements such that they mainstream them in their agricultural production systems. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the statement is about, number one, 2 export protocols signed with China at the recently concluded Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, abbreviated as FOCAC, where His Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda led the delegation of the Ugandan delegation, and number 2, on the launch of the countrywide registration of coffee value chain actors and farm mapping for purposes of creating a traceability system for our coffee and related products, and thus enable compliance with the European Union deforestation regulations. The recently signed protocols for export of dried chili and wild aquatic products between the Republic of Uganda and the People's Republic of China. Right Honorable Madam Speaker and colleagues, the Minister of Agriculture was part of the Uganda's delegation to the recently concluded 9th Forum on China-Africa Cooperation held in Beijing from 2nd to the 8th of September 2024. The Ministry had prior to the forum been actively engaging with the General Administration of Customs of the People's Republic of China to have clearance for Uganda's dried chilies and wild aquatic products to enter the Chinese market. Thankfully, there was agreement on the key issues of concern for both countries. It is worth noting that it is an international norm that before any country exports products of plant origin to another country, a scientific assessment must be undertaken to understand the risk of introduction of new or exotic pests into the importing country. In the same way, it is a requirement to ensure that products of animal origin are fit for human consumption. This is the primary reason for having protocols in place. The lack of protocols in place meant that our products could not enter the Chinese market, and if they were to, they would move through non-designated trade routes and consequently reach China as if originating from other countries. So in other words, it would be export by smuggling. As part of the engagements and outcomes of the forum and its associated side events, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, MAIF of Uganda, and the General Administration of Customs of the People's Republic of China, GAC, on behalf of the Chinese government, therefore signed 2 protocols, and these are, number 1, protocol on inspection, quarantine, and sanitary requirements of wild aquatic products, including Nile perch fillets, headless and gutted Nile perch, fish maw, fish skins, fish scales, silverfish products to be exported from Uganda to China. For purposes of the protocol, wild fish aquatic products refer to wild aquatic animal products and their processed products, marine plants such as algae, which are fit for human consumption, but do not include live aquatic animals, breeding materials of aquatic animals and plants, or the species prohibited by the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. And number 2, the second protocol we signed is on inspection, quarantine, and sanitary requirements for export of dried chilies from Uganda to China. The protocol formalizes an agreement on the export of dried chilies as it opens up the door to accessing one of the world's largest chili consumer markets. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the signing of the 2 protocols or agreements streamlines the export of Uganda's products in those 2 areas I've mentioned directly between Uganda and China. It implies that Ugandan registered dealers or traders will be recognized by the Chinese customs authorities and allowed to export products without going through tedious and shady channels operated by manipulative middlemen. This will translate into better export value and income to individual dealers and the country. I feel, Madam Speaker, this is good news for the members and the people they represent. Export procedures of the 2 products. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, through you as the elected people's representatives, I request you to amplify our voice as government, and we collectively guide our people, the prospective exporters of dried chilies and wild aquatic products, as follows. Number 1, all prospective export companies must apply and register with the General Administration of Customs of the People's Republic of China. Number 2, for purposes of process facilitation, all intending exporters must formally write to MAIF, to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry and Fisheries, expressing interest to export to the China market. That's a procedure dictated by the other side. The ministry will carry out a pre-audit on the export compliance status of the various establishments and thereafter recommend the entity to GAC for registration on the database. GAC means the General Administration of China Customs. A dedicated task unit of technical officers will be created in MAIF by the Permanent Secretary to expeditiously handle and facilitate this process of export registration and compliance with GAC. Our embassy in Beijing and the consulate in Guangzhou are also ready to help our intending exporters with other support and advisory services like business-to-business negotiations, marketing and translations, among others. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I salute our embassy in China and our ambassador, Honorable Woneha, and her team, and the consulate in Guangzhou for their commercial diplomacy efforts. As we should applaud them for sure, it's right. As government, we will continue through bilateral engagements to negotiate with the Chinese authorities to conclude the other pending protocols on avocado, on meat, on castor oil, among others. European Union market requirements on coffee and others. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, each international market has requirements that we need to satisfy as a country before our products are admitted. As you may be aware, the European Union is one of our key markets, especially for coffee, accounting for over 60% of our coffee exports. A key requirement for the EU market is compliance with the European Union deforestation regulations, famously known as EUDR. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, on 5th December 2022, the European Parliament approved the EUDR aimed at ensuring that supply chains remain free from products contributing to deforestation and forest degradation. The regulation targets 7 commodities and their derived products, namely cattle, cocoa, coffee, oil palm, soya, wood, and rubber, whether imported or produced within the EU. These commodities will be prohibited from entering the EU market if they are produced on land cleared of forests for agricultural purposes after 30th December 2020. The EU regulations came into effect on 29th June 2023 and will come into application on 30th December 2024. However, Madam Speaker, yesterday after I had written this statement, we saw an adjustment published by the EU giving us an extra 12 months to allow us transition, and I think it's a good step. We welcome it. The regulation is part of the broader efforts intended to combat climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation. That's their justification for the law. Noting that EU represents a primary export market for Ugandan coffee, and that the deadline for compliance to EUDR is 30th December, the Ministry, UCDA, private sector players in the coffee value chain and development partners have prioritized the registration of coffee value chain actors so as to enable traceability of our coffee and prove that our source farms have not contributed to deforestation. It is also to prove that our coffee farming is environmentally friendly and sustainable. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, the EUDR specifically requires that all products exported or imported to the EU market are A, deforestation free. The production of coffee was done on a land that was not subject to deforestation or forest degradation after 30th December 2020. Produced in accordance with the relevant legislation of Uganda. C, accompanied.
Yes, procedure matter.
you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the procedural matter I'm raising is whether the Minister is not procedurally wrong to give us a response when a petition has already, on the EU directives, has already been shared with the Committee on Agriculture, where we expect the Minister to share what he's bringing here to the committee, such that we harmonize the findings of the committee later here in plenary. Is the Minister procedure right not to share this with the committee that has been given the
It has no harm. You're preempting the ruling of the presiding officer. Yes. Let him present, it has no harm, and the presiding officer will rule.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. There is no conflict, and the petition is not in any way conflicting with this. Yes. I am giving you information that you really require. Yeah. May I proceed, Madam Speaker?
Please.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating. Must be accompanied by a due diligence statement containing geolocation data adhering to traceability standards that enable buyers to trace each batch of coffee back to its designated land plot. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, our newly enacted National Coffee Act, which this Parliament passed and for which I'm grateful, already provides for establishment of a national register for coffee value chain actors. This partly answers the compliance requirement in B above. Registration of coffee value chain actors is an essential precursor to the creation of the national traceability system. Such measures are vital for supporting our coffee farmers, enhancing sustainability, improving market access, and ensuring compliance with both local legislation and international regulations. It is worth noting that the issue of traceability is becoming critical to all markets as consumers are increasingly aware and therefore need to know the source of what they consume. This is not just for the external markets, but also our domestic markets as well. I would like to emphasize, honorable colleagues, that this registration process is being conducted free of charge by the Uganda Coffee Development Authority and partners, and it is not to serve any other purpose apart from enabling the development of the value chain and access to global markets. When farmers are profiled or registered, extension outreaches and information dissemination become easy, in addition to fulfilling the requirements of the EUDR. How will the registration be carried out? Madam Speaker and colleagues, a dedicated technical working group has been established to oversee the effective implementation of EUDR regulations. This group comprises representatives from UCDA, MDAs, and the private sector. A geospatial monitoring and evaluation system and farmer registration application has been developed. This innovative system will capture geolocation data for all production plots where coffee or related products are cultivated. A team of enumerators will carry out the registration process on behalf of UCD and the industry players. All coffee value chain actors, including farmers, traders, processors, will be registered. The enumerators will record essential details of the value chain actors, such as their name, farm name, and location, type of coffee grown, Robusta or Arabica, produced, among others. In addition, enumerators will map farms or gardens by recording their GPS coordinates. UCDA will store and manage the data collected in partnership with NITAU and will ensure compliance with the Data Protection Act, which this Parliament enacted, during the collection, storage, and management of the data. In addition to the efforts towards retaining the existing markets, the government of Uganda will continue efforts to promote agricultural products such as coffee to emerging markets including China, Middle East, Maghreb, among others. Appeal, Madam Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, it has become clear that we cannot continue to produce in disregard of the needs of the consumer. As such, we need to ensure that for as long as we are not producing for subsistence, market standards have to be followed right from inputs through planting, growth, harvesting, processing, and transportation. As leaders, we have a huge role to play in ensuring that we mobilize and sensitize our people of these emerging trends and ensuring that they are ready for the market. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I therefore appeal to you, honorable colleagues, other leaders, oral leaders, political, cultural, and religious, the coffee value chain actors, the farmers, the processors, and others, and district local government leaders to support the upcoming registration exercise for coffee. It is crucial for ensuring continued access to international markets and effective mapping of coffee farms. Further appeal goes to all those who intend to invest in the agricultural sector, particularly farming, to ensure that moving forward, all agriculture expansion adopts sustainable production practices that preserve the environment. Madam Speaker and colleagues, as government continues to negotiate international markets for our agricultural products through the various diplomatic channels, let us play our role of ensuring that we satisfy those markets in terms of both quality and quantity. We can only win by ensuring that our products are market responsive. Honorable colleagues, I appeal to you to amplify this message in your respective constituencies. If we can act right and act together, our people will win. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, as Honorable Christine had already intimated, and for us to have in-depth examination of this, we will send this for legislative oversight to the committee, and the committee will report back to this House after having a legislative oversight, an in-depth oversight. Yes, Kao.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The clarification that I would like to seek from the Minister is what is actually statement alludes to. The registration, you say in your statement that it is not to serve any other purpose apart from maybe on-farm support for the farmers, traceability, extension services, and maybe regulation and planning. But in my sub-region, where we are growers of Arabica coffee, farmers are holding your ministry in suspicion, and also UCDA, especially now that they are to establish and maintain a national register for farmers. Isn't it about levying a tax on them? That's one of the concerns. The second one, especially your statement mentions acreage, that they have to establish the acreage of the farm. And in Mount Elgon, Bugisu and Sebei, we have a challenge of land fragmentation. The farming is being done on very small plots. I don't know whether it is an ulterior motive to edge out those small-scale farmers. That is another concern. Could you please throw credit on that?
Honorable members, honorable members, I have said this must go to the committee. We want an in-depth examination on this, and if we feel we should go to the committee, then we follow it up to the committee, because I don't want to preempt what the committee is going to report. I have said it goes to the committee. Check Rule 87. Check Rule 87. It is not. Honorable members, please, let's just, Doctor, you're not known for that.
Item
next
6.
Item.
Item 6, motion for adoption of the report of the Public Accounts Committee, commissions, statutory authorities and state enterprises on the financial statements of Uganda
The
Investment
issues of
Authority.
agriculture, Susan, your issue is coming under the Prime Minister's time, where all the ministers will respond to the issues that are being raised. Yes, honorable members, you recall yesterday the House stood over consideration of the report of COSASE, pending responses from the minister. Members had a number of issues and there was nobody to respond. Now the floor is open. We have the minister here of investment. Mbale. I hope you remember the issues in the report. Yes, let me.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I beg to be guided, Right Honorable Speaker, because one was supposed to come under a matter of national importance, then the others were concerning, but still under Uganda Investment Authority.
Investment Authority.
Thank
on
you
the
very
report.
much. On the report. On the report, Right Honorable Speaker, some of the issues that I did note was the money that is supposed to come to Mbale Industrial Park to do infrastructure, that is infrastructure development, including roads and culverts. About 66 billion had been budgeted for both Kapeka and Mbale, and the 32 billion which was not released was meant to come and do work in Mbale. Perhaps the minister can enlighten on why Mbale Industrial Park was left out. And one of the key projects that was supposed to be done is a drainage channel that runs around the industrial park to prevent it from flooding. It was done. Some work was done by the investors, just digging, manual digging with machines. But the channel was supposed to be constructed, which has not been done. So the houses that are along the border with the industrial park, some have actually collapsed. Land is collapsing because it's about 10 meters deep and about a kilometer going about the industrial park. So that is one of the key issues that I needed the minister to clarify on. And the second one was about the renovation of the one-stop center in Mbale. Perhaps the minister can give more information on when it's supposed to be done, because it was budgeted for, but the money was not released, and yet the same Minister of Finance is the one responsible for these releases. Thank you.
Then the strike of the Chinese.
Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue concerns the management.
Honorable Frank, we have issues for agriculture. Please don't go far.
The other issue concerns the management of the industrial park that was handed over to the investor, Tian Tang Group. There have been several allegations concerning selling of this land. An acre is going for about $150,000 to $200,000, and yet this is supposed to be free. And those of you who have been following what has been happening on the media, actually, the Chinese have started fighting against each other because the allegations that once they come and set up the factories, they are supposed to give shares to the management under the chairman, that is Paul Zhang. So a lot has been going on. Perhaps the minister can come and enlighten. And there's been, I'm told, because some of them approached me, that they have even been prevented from going to the president. They have raised queries on several occasions and have failed to reach out to the president to be helped. And then other locals can actually not access the industrial park or get land in the industrial park. Maybe the minister can tell us on how Ugandans can get land, because many have tried and have failed to get land in the industrial park. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Ethel. I'm coming.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Ethel Masaka, Tusime.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I go to my matter on page 29, the Honorable Speaker, through you, the Minister needs to clarify to us about the land at Namave, the only land remaining for National Forest Authority, which is right now bearing the tree seedlings. Because the last time I was interacting with the management that side, they indicated that again Investment Authority was threatening to take over that land because matters of environment are very key in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, my matter is about expiry of appropriations, and this needs now also to be hand in hand with Ministry of Finance, because the report indicates to us that the accounting officer had to retain some funds, and then later on, those funds it was a query by the Auditor General, as it was mentioned. So that money, up to a figure of 800, which was unspent balance, but again, it could not be
800 what?
800 million, I beg your pardon, which was 800 million. It indicates here it was irregularly transferred to the project account. We could wish to know, and it's hand in hand with also Ministry of Finance's way now of managing, because many times we have projects that are pending, and it does not only apply to the Investment Authority, but it also happens to other accounting officers. First of all, for the Investment Authority, how did they finally now handle? Because it's a query that money was not transferred to the consolidated fund. But then later on, Minister of Finance needs to tell us, many times when accounting officers have projects midway, how is that money? Because at times it's not reverted, yet contracts are done, and later on, it's a query to many MDAs. I thank you.
Julie.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is connected to the delay for the project that was planned at Namave. Right Honorable Speaker, whenever investment is done, always there is expectations, and always we find that the targets are being set. Whenever delays are being experienced, it means that what is being intended cannot be achieved. Right Honorable Speaker, it is very alarming to see that in the report, what was indicated in the report, it stated that there was interference of government agencies such as UMEME and NEMA. Right Honorable Speaker, whenever a project is to be set, normally a visibility study is supposed to be carried out. In the visibility study, we expect to see the challenge, to foresee the challenges that could be incurred. So it's it is a very big problem to see that such an investment being set by the government can end up not being fulfilled just because of the delays, which would have been foreseen in the visibility study. Second, Right Honorable Speaker, the report recommended government accounting officers always to follow the priorities. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda, like any other developing countries, always our incomes are a bit low as compared to the demands. It is very, we have to be very sensitive in setting the priorities. So this implies that if at all we do not follow what what previously had been said, and
let's be brief so that all the other people contribute. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable. But prioritizing the items as they were being set should be very important and being considered.
Thank you, Julius.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I submit, I would like to thank you so much on behalf of the basketball team for hosting us in a noble corporate engagement in Bukedia. You are truly an asset to Uganda and the people of Bukedia. Thank you so much for hosting us. Madam Speaker, I want to speak to two things. One is the NTR. From the Auditor General's report, we realized that Uganda Investment Authority projected that they had a surplus of 10% in the NTR collection. However, in their reporting, they noted that 0.41 billion is what they had actually issued out in the form of receipts to the tenants and the occupants of the authority land. However, they also noted that they had arrears, whereas the auditor captured that 0.46 billion was money that they actually collected, and out of that, 0.23 billion was not disclosed, neither was it transferred to the consolidated fund. Right Honorable Speaker, my concern is, in the statements that were reviewed, that money was not seen as money in transit, neither was it reported on. So is it an issue of collusion at Uganda Investment Authority? Where is the 0.23 billion? My prayer and recommendation is that we include that 0.23 billion be refunded by the agency. Also, I want to speak to the issue of implementation of outputs. The Uganda Investment Authority had 2 outputs, and each output had 5 activities. Their money as an agency was all warranted and released. But in the report, we realized that they did not fully implement the activities as they had earlier planned. So is it a question of poor workmanship, or you don't follow your work plan as an institution? My recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker, is that we ensure that proper work plan is done and due diligence is done to ensure that the money warranted and received is actually put to good use. Madam Speaker, allow me to receive the information from the Honorable Dr. Peya. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Thank you.
And Honorable Julius. I just wanted to give information about the warrants and the budget performance. On page 3, you could have maybe read another page, but in page 3, only 58% of the budget was warranted and was released. And so that brings a question of our role as Parliament in appropriating this budget. But it's also adding, which I also saw, that even the 58% that was released was not all implemented. Right Honorable, I am not seeing the Minister of Finance, but I'm glad Right Honorable Prime Minister is here.
The Minister of Finance is here.
Oh, thank you very much. I think today, since we are dealing with finance, let Minister of Finance tell us if there is still need for this House to be appropriating money. The reason, Right Honorable, is always that we operate a cash budget. If you operate a cash budget, then make a realistic budget. Secondly, make a realistic revenue projection. We cannot be rotating around same year in, year out. We appropriate, you bring the budget to the House. You give us your revenue projections. Didn't you know you would not collect the money? Otherwise, we are going to blame ourselves, we are going to blame MDS, yet there is actually the biggest animal here is the release of the money we appropriate in our national budget.
But,
I thank you.
But even when you're talking about the release, even what was released to you, not all of it was consumed, not so. Yes, Mapenduchi, Milton, Pius.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that the Honorable Minister is here because yesterday I raised an issue. Right Honorable Speaker, you're aware that for the last few weeks or months now, the Uganda Investment Authority has been on the media, not for very good reasons. Even yesterday,
the media got flooded with different kind of stories and negative stories. Right Honorable Speaker, we are aware that the Uganda Investment Authority plays a very critical role, especially in promoting and facilitating investment plans, as well as advocating for a competitive business environment. I would like to hear from the Honorable Minister whether these constant negative energies that we see on paper being written daily is good in the face of the country, and especially in as far as the promotion of investment is concerned. Right Honorable Speaker, it's important that the ministry needs to address some of these issues, because it has very bad implications, especially for those who would want to invest in this country, but would be reading only negative stories and seeing that. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I know that the Uganda Investment Authority, some years back when I was chairman of Gulu, got in touch with Gulu District local government. That time we were not yet a city. And the intention was to establish an industrial park. We did our best and provided land. Unfortunately, 13, 14 years down the road, the whole thing went quiet. Recently, I started hearing goalposts being shifted, that we are going to have the industrial park in Noya. We are going to have it. It would be good for us to be assured, where exactly are we going to have this in this industrial park? Do we still have a plan of having an industrial park in Gulu City? And if so, what do we need to do? How far has the ministry gone in trying to handle that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nelson Pius Ntoroko.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, about the 8 industrial parks, Iganga had been identified as one of the areas where we would benefit from this program of having an industrial park, specifically at a place called Ibusobi. Uganda Investment Authority, Minister of Finance, and the former Right Honourable Prime Minister, Ruhakana Rugunda, kept visiting that place, kept engaging stakeholders in a bid to establish an industrial park. Recently, we are being told, I think positions changed. So I wanted to make use of this debate today to exactly know what is happening about this industrial park. Is it there, or it has died a natural death? If it has died, what is the way forward? Because we feel this is one way of changing the trend where Busoga has been rated as one of the poorest regions in Uganda. We felt the industrial park would address some of these challenges we have. Thank you.
Pius Evander Amede.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, government 8 years back secured land in Hoima district in Kabale sub-county for the construction of an industrial park. 8 years back, government paid money, they relocated the people, but currently now, this land is being encroached on by some people in government. It is not for today. I'll come with evidence next time. But my question is...
Okay, you say the land is being encroached by people.
The land is being encroached by unknown people?
Yes.
But my question is, when is government, when is this industrial park, when is the construction of the industrial park going to take on? That's my concern. It has taken long and people are waiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, the Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. The Right Honourable Speaker, I needed clarification from the Honourable Minister. First of all, I want to thank the committee for the report. Fort Potro was one of the areas that were degazetted, especially Fort Potro, to be given an industrial park. And this industrial park would serve the entire region, Toro, stroke Rwenzori region. Land was secured. The land is still there up to now. But since that time, the Honorable Minister, there is nothing that is taking place. And this industrial park would boost the entire region. Given the fact that we border Congo, it will boost our trade between Uganda and Congo. It will bring economic activity in that region. But unfortunately, up to now, nothing is taking place. Can I really get information from you now, the Honorable Minister? When are we seeing something done by making sure that that industrial park in Fort Potro that would serve the entire region taking place? I want to thank you, the Right Honorable.
Thank you. Information from...
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. From the submission of the past three colleagues, what they have clearly said that the investment authority has spent a lot of money just acquiring land which is left idle most of the time. And in that regard, this is actually a case in many regions in this country. There's land which was acquired in Napak district so many years ago. They put mark stones. Up to today, nothing has happened in that place. So what I wanted to provide, the information I wanted to provide is, other than those places that have been named, it is actually in every region in this country that this land has been acquired. What does this? This shows a trend of just getting money, throwing there, and things just stay. That's what, the money just goes sunk, and it goes wasted all this, all away. So mine is, why is this trend going? Is this a eating method or what? What is this?
So can we
That's what I want to hear from the minister. You know, you talked one time, the Honorable Minister was awash in the press talking about how she's being demonized. Possibly this should be an opportunity.
So can we have a list of all areas where they've been getting land and update on what has been done on these areas? Could the minister really come up, because it is not in the report, but she should come up with that statement proper.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Who have you?
Whereas I know that the poor people may not.
I don't know who is supposed to speak because we have land issues which I need to address. So
I am holding the floor.
Honorable Tinka Simire is on the floor. Are you the proper? It is Tinka Simire that we know is proper. I'll give you.
We know his brand, his IT. And I think when they say an expert of IT, you should raise. But on issues concerning the poor people, I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when they establish these industrial parks, people acquire plots in these industrial parks. They are largely meant to promote industrial growth in that particular area. On addition of what you have asked the minister to provide, we would be interested in also knowing the people who acquired plots, like companies, because companies have found it as a business. They go to Namamve, apply for a plot. A plot in Namamve is very, very expensive. Using company law, they trade it. They trade it, and you find a company that acquired land in 2000 maybe and two in Namamve. It has nothing, or it has sold it over and over and over. So we would be interested from the minister to also give us that list. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker,
Do
we are
the
interested.
regulations of UIA allow you to acquire the land and sell? Do
They
allow that?
distribute. Companies apply for plots. Apply for plots. They commit themselves to developing them. Others never develop them. They instead trade them. They trade them. And at the end of the day, you keep in that bonanza of trading the government property.
The woman MP has information.
The information I want to give is actually when you acquire land through the process of UIA, you're given that land. Later on, another applicant comes and applies for the same land, and you find that two people are holding onto the same land. Secondly, two titles on the same land. Thirdly, they resell the land, and yet the rules don't allow to sell the land. So that is very obvious in Namave, and that is the information I want to give you.
The reason why we are asking her an inventory, it would help government and parliament to make a good follow-up through our committee. Because people who have since first applied for these plots of land, they have sold them and transferred them, and nothing is taking place. But my major and biggest concern, those industrial parks that have been established in rural places, we are interested in the government also delivering the infrastructure like power, water, and other necessities that would at least provide, of course, internet, that would make it easy for the industrial parks to be actually industrial parks. They buy land as an industrial park, it remains a forest. And who is going to go there in a forest with no power, with no water, with no roads, with nothing? Which investor is going to go to that place?
Thank you, Honorable Goli.
Madam Speaker, you gave me opportunity.
Goli.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister visited Dokolo, and we managed to give her land. They did not buy. We gave the government land for industrial park. They did not buy. They have not yet done much onto it, but I also appreciate that their budget is not handsome enough to do all the industrial parks. My proposal is that UIA enters into agreement with local government on how to use the land, not them taking the land. In the agreement, they should agree who is going to do what. And UIA needs to do the planning, design of the park. After designing of the park, we in Dokolo will start working on infrastructure by tapping on resources which they have given us for infrastructure. Then we need support on the incentives like power, good power coming up to Dokolo. Then the other issues of dividing the land and giving out, that one you leave it to the local government, so that it is not given to anybody, just like that. So that's my proposal, that we need to rework and they start working. Otherwise, the budget of UIA will not allow development of these industrial parks the way they are now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Madam
Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Agnes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to seek the indulgence of the Minister on some policy. To begin with, the country has had a soft spot for foreign investors as opposed to local investors, giving them more incentives. So the question I'm asking the minister to date, what is it that you have done to improve foreign investors, to encourage foreign investors? Honorable members, local versus foreign investors, sorry. Honorable members, there are issues associated with only encouraging foreign investment. For example, capital flight. The other issue I would like to raise is the location of industrial parks. It is good to encourage industries in every district, but the Uganda Investment Authority has to guide on what type of industries should be in particular locations, because this is a time bomb for environmental issues. You've seen a school besides an industry, and there are issues of public health concerned. The other question is the caliber of investments we are attracting. When you walk along these industries, you can see a column of workers that you can rightly say that they are mostly casual workers. They earn little, and the trickle-down effect is low. It would be very good if most of these industries were employing an army of graduates or diploma holders. That way we would have the growth of the country speeded up.
Madam Speaker.
Ali.
Madam Speaker, my concern is about...
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Is her name
I want to take this opportunity.
You have become Mrs. Lee.
She must formally express interest so that we can see how to deal with it.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to move a motion, since most of the colleagues are asking about where their industrial parks are. Like for the case of Iganga, what the land should be used for. So it is my humble prayer that we give the minister time to respond to whatever they have put forward. Since we are going to Prime Minister's time, so that we put in our queries, because we have so many issues that we want to give the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I have a policy issue to raise. The motion was not seconded, so because the motion is not seconded...
Order. Order.
Honorable members, I appreciate there is a motion. I do really appreciate. But the leader of opposition has a right by virtue of our rules of procedure, and we are also mindful of Prime Minister's time, and we will give this side 3 people to say something. The acting leader of opposition of yesterday, who was here, and then the leader of opposition, but Lee was on the floor. Then we go, and today the Prime Minister is ready to answer all your questions.
Madam Speaker, thank you for your judgment and your insistence on these procedures. I have a policy issue. There are so many foreigners coming into this country, and it has made me question whether the investment code is still effective in addressing issues of investment in this country. We have foreigners who come, someone comes with $1,000, they are everywhere setting up shops in our villages. are those investors? The minister should tell us. Because the local people are competing.
There's Chinatown.
Yeah.
There's Chinatown.
Yeah. And actually, you have helped bring a live example. We need to know who is an investor. If those people have been licensed by the local authorities, have you given them guidance? Maybe you need to consult with the Attorney General on how they should handle such people. It would seem in this country, when your color is brown, you are said to be an investor. Or if you are colored, they just give you a permit to be an investor. You need to tell the country. 2, we need to understand what is the policy on acquiring land. You find in some places, some people are supposed to donate their land for free. In some places, the land is supposed to be bought. This financial year, we appropriated money for buying land, I don't know, in Kabale. How special are some regions compared to others? That the land from certain regions is supposed to be taken free, while others are supposed to be paid for. Thirdly, Madam Minister, your ministry is one of the major contributors to low tax revenue in this country. The Minister of Finance a report a few days ago, and it said government is foregoing 2.9 trillion shillings in tax expenditures. It means there are tax exemptions given, tax waivers, all in the name of attracting investors. Isn't it time you reconcile with your colleague ministers that we qualify who must be an investor? Because many of these people come, they exploit the tax incentives and run away. We have supermarkets that have been closing after exploiting tax benefits. So it is important you work with your colleagues and to determine who qualifies and who should not qualify, so that we have a code which works. Most importantly, your code is not protecting the land rights of the people. I would want to know that the board has now been suspended or disbanded. How is that sector going to work? Shall we expect a situation where maybe Honorable Kasaija will bring an opponent of his and put them as chairpersons? How is the board going to work? Because there's a tendency, if I feel there's threat, so I want to understand if there's a mechanism.
We cannot talk about Honorable Kasaija here when he's not in the house. And
but the office, the office of the Minister of Finance, are we going to see a situation where anyone can just bring their competitor, or there's a mechanism within which we appoint board members so that there's efficacy? We know our embassies are supposed to execute commercial diplomacy, and they are not excelling in that. How is your ministry coordinating with the embassies to ensure Uganda attracts direct foreign investments? I thank you.
Honorable Mpuga, Honorable Seungu, and Lop.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, with due respect to your earlier ruling, yesterday you stayed the debate on this report after its presentation, awaiting the responsible minister to be in the house before members can talk about investment issues in their constituencies. Because investment is an engine.
It was not in their constituencies, it was in regard to the audit findings.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, if you read, members, if I invite you on page 18 of the report that was presented, it shows a lot of uncompleted projects. If you read the 5-year strategic investment plan, it talks about investment in domestic investment, that was domestic investment in about US 1 billion shillings. That looking at
what we have, the journey that we have
So
traveled.
what is the procedure matter?
Right, Honorable Speaker, the procedure issue that I'm trying to raise is that is it procedurally not right for members to be given an opportunity to have issues of investment before we consider closure of debate on this matter? Right, Honorable Speaker.
But the rules of procedure that we have dictate that the Prime Minister's time is at 4. It is you who made these rules. I would allow you even to debate this up to around 5, 6, but the Prime Minister's time. We can continue after. Yes, Honorable Mpuga. Just one.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
1 minute.
I have 2 brief issues. One is to inform the Honorable Minister that the land in Masaka was offered. We are still hunting rats. It is there. Come and clear it for investment. The second issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I have a direct pecuniary interest under Rule 94. The Minister is aware that local investors are mistreated. In Namamve, I have a citizen that has over 10 acres because there's both government and private land. The so-called investors have parceled out land.
Honorable Charity, it seems Honorable Alion was sit next to you. Yes. So Alanyo should change the location. For proper coordination. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker, the Minister is aware that land has been parceled out and priority is given to foreign investors. But the foreign investors have made it impossible for the locals to access their land. One such case I brought to the attention of my friend, the Honourable Minister, because when they directed the foreigners to give portion of land for access, they gave the local investor a footpath. And they told her to pay for $300,000 for access, or else sell to them the land at.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think the Minister needs to assure us that they are in charge and they are sensitive to the interests of the local investors that have land adjacent to government land, and therefore go ahead and help them access this land. Otherwise, the outgoing board really deserved to be out yesterday. I hope the Minister follows up these issues because they're the one who's asking for that money.
Thank you. Acting law of yesterday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, through to the Minister, I want her to know that the reason why the Speaker preferred this debate today when you are around, yet even yesterday we are supposed to be around, is because there are a lot of accountability issues and gray areas in your department and your ministry and the Uganda Investment Authority. For example, just to take attention of on page 8 alone, 31 billion, 31.5 was spent on activities to be done, sampled, and almost nothing is done. For example, you look at manufacturing, design, construction, and build of access roads, drainage, and sewage plant at somewhere else behind the schedule. When you go to the second one, that is in Bali. When you go to design and construction of a sewage treatment plant, all this, no sign of starting any activity, yet money was released. Then, when you go to the industrial parks, it's almost a white elephant. What is shown here, Madam Minister, your accounting officer must be behind the bars by now. And if not, with you. I am telling you, I have no good words, because I was vice chair of Committee on Government Assurance, Madam Speaker, and we visited these industrial parks. They are white elephants. You might take things lightly. Once the speaker gave this, take time and look at
Point of order. Madam Speaker, I think that statement does not.
Honorable member, before you bring in the order, I want to refer you to Article 1642. The matters of accountability on funds that is being released by government is by the accounting officer, not a political head.
I had a point of order.
Yes. So Anita should not be behind bars. It is the accounting officer.
Madam Speaker, the MP from Mbale just highlighted here that there are issues emerging from an industrial park in his area. And a few days ago, we saw, I think in Kapeka, various products being exhibited from an industrial park. One of the colleagues here also talked about industrial park in Namamve, where we are getting many products. Is it in order for Honorable Seungu to misinform the country that the industrial parks are completely a white elephant when there is evidence that something is being done? I think the kind of checking government must be informed and based on facts. This is what I would want to invite my colleagues.
Honorable members, the industrial parks. I think you need to take a tour to Kapeka. You go to Mbale Industrial Park and see how beautiful it is. And it gives a lot of our people work, jobs in Mbale. I can ably talk about where I come from, Mbale. It is really doing very well. It's not a white elephant per se. Maybe others. It could be. There could be challenges that need to be worked on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am an English teacher, and it's unfortunate that some members, like Honorable Lee, can use words I have not put in my statement. I said white elephant, not completely. There's a difference between white elephant and completely. But Madam Speaker, leaving that aside, political responsibility can make you go behind bars. We had Honorable Mukula, my best friend, one of my good friends from Teso region. He once went to prison, and Honorable Mukisa, I think he passed on while he's still around. These people were arrested and taken to a prison because of political responsibility. And that one, you will not run away from it. But Madam Speaker, why I was talking about industrial parks, I want to complete my submission as from our law yesterday. There is a report, and it will come on this floor, Madam Speaker, from the Committee on Government Assurances, talking about industrial parks. The moment that report is tabled here, you will believe what I'm saying. There's one word saying the industrial parks are performing and the beneficiaries are not benefiting from them. Those two things are different. You might put them in place, put everything, show them in pictures, in newspapers, but the values intended to be given to the people who are going to work in them when they are nowhere to be seen. So when you are talking to the Minister of Investment, Honorable Anita, whom we came together here, and now an ex-official here, we are requesting, take time and read this report in depth. Look at the accountability issues here and do something with your accounting office. That's why the Speaker again has supported my submission on Article 164. Otherwise,
and he's also talking of an aspect of locals. He's talking an aspect of locals being denied an opportunity to be in those areas.
I conclude, don't expect any cosmetics from me. As LOP, I'm giving you realities.
As
Thank you very
former
much.
LOP.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the Honorable Sewungu, who held fort yesterday for a few hours. Clearly, he enjoyed the role and he played it very well. Very quickly, Right Honorable Speaker, one of the issues in the report is outstanding payables. And for UIA's case, it's 1.9 billion. When I was still chairperson of COSASE, every entity that we interacted with had outstanding payables. The challenge normally is these outstanding payables, it is things like rent, services the entity has consumed from small business people, and they have not paid them. It's bad manners when you consume, whether it be a good or a service, and you don't pay. Minister, encourage these entities. It's good also from finance. When you disburse money as Minister of Finance to entities, you see, debts and payables should have the first call on the budgets of these entities, because normally they will say we don't have enough money. So why are you consuming the services of business people that have gotten loans from banks, and so their businesses are crumbling because you're not paying? It is just wrong. It needs to stop. Secondly, and finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I have captured an element of staffing gaps of about 47%. The accounting officer in the report responded saying management and the board is in the process of recruiting. I wonder then, because what we are seeing in the press is that this board either has been fired or is in the process of being fired. Perhaps the minister will clarify what exactly is happening, because this is also problematic. What we see in the press, the minister says the board needs to go because they are corrupt. The board, what we see in the press is saying, no, the minister is the problem. So we are confused on our end, and yet we expect this entity to deliver on behalf of the citizens of Uganda. Hopefully you will clarify that. Thank you.
Students first down to go. In the public gallery, we have teachers and students from the Uganda National Students Association from Bududa district, and they are represented by Honorable Isaac Madoi, Honorable John Baptist Nambeshe, and Honorable Nandutu. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Isaac, you want to say something? Just greeting them.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, we are privileged to receive our students and teachers from Bududa. If there are only three things they would ask for three things. One, harmonization of our curriculum. Two, effective resettlement of their parents. And the third one, good governance. Thank you very much. And vote back Mudoi.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you. I want to thank the teachers of the secondary schools in Bududa, the disaster-prone district of Bududa, that you have brought these young ones to this august house. I salute you. And I want to receive you all with open hands. And I know this should inspire you so that tomorrow also you want to be here. May God abundantly bless you.
Amen. In public gallery, we have students and teachers from Bokwe Primary School, Masini District, represented by Honorable Asimwe Florence and Honorable Aled. Join me in receiving them. Where are they? Where are they? Okay. Now they have left. Yes, conclude. You finished. Honorable Minister. I don't have. These students are from honorable members. In the meantime, the minister can respond as we get to know the students. Minister, you have a very short time to. Minister, you also need to talk about the waiver. Whom do you give a waiver? Do you only give the waiver to the ready people or to everybody? In the public gallery this afternoon, we have pupils and teachers from St. Catherine Junior School located in Mukono Municipality. Mukono Municipality, and those ones went. And then we have teachers and students from Yesu Akwagala School from Kalungu. They are represented by Honorable Gonzaga Joseph Seungu and Honorable Sechindi. Is the acting former of Ugrit. Join me in receiving them. Wave to them.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Even behind, the ladies are behind.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank you for the good precedent. I also welcome my fellow teachers from Yesakwagala, Chamuliwa. Here I am deliberating very well. Thank you very much. And you will take the explanation back home how we have seen me here. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, can we hear from the Minister?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want first of all thank the committee for the report that they have presented to the House that has led to the questions that has come from my colleagues. I want to thank you for all your questions. The questions are very valid. I have just been asking myself, should I be a diplomat or be a candidate and be Anite? But I realized that I have to be myself. There is no way I can pretend about the facts. And I want to say that I am going to say everything, and whatever I say is true. You can hold me to them. First of all, I agree with the recommendations of the committee entirely. I agree with these recommendations, Madam Speaker, and I want to commit that the issues that are financial in nature, we will come...
She agrees with observations and recommendations.
Yes, and that we will come with the Treasury Memorandum within 6 months to make good of the recommendations and observations of the committee. Yes. And now to the issues that my colleagues have raised. I'll start with the first person who raised the Honorable Karim. Honorable Karim, you said, why was Mbale left out? I want to make it very clear to you that Mbale was not left out. We actually did budget for both Mbale, Kapeka, and Namamve Industrial Park. The only challenge was cash flow challenges. That's why we've not even released the money for the two industrial parks, Mbale and Kapeka. However, for Namamve Industrial Park, that was a loan that was appropriated or approved by Parliament of Uganda, and the money is available. But I'll speak later to that project, since there was a question to that extent. You asked the question of the renovation of the one-stop center. Their challenge has been cash flow, that we did budget as Parliament, but we did not get the exact release for the one-stop center in Mbale. You talked about selling of land in the Mbale Industrial Park. Madam Speaker, I want to just bring information as far as the concession of Mbale Industrial Park is concerned, that this is one investor called Mr. Paul Zhang. Paul Zhang came in this country as an industrialist, and his first industries are in Mbalala, an area called Mbalala around Mukono. And Mr. Paul Zhang came to government of Uganda, went to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, and requested that he should be allocated the 619 acres of land in Mbale. And so the President directed the relevant ministry, which is Ministry of Finance, and my ministry as well, working with the Attorney General's office, we signed an agreement of leasing the 619 acres to Mr. Paul Zhang. The understanding and the condition is that government provides infrastructure for the industrial park, but Mr. Paul Zhang will have to travel abroad and attract investors in that park. That, your Right Honorable Speaker, that park was land that government acquired from Bugisu Cooperative Union. and we paid money for it. However, the land was encroached, and there were squatters there. They were planting my sweet potatoes and maize, among other things that they were planting on that land for almost 10 years, until government got Mr. Paul Zhang, who has now established 50 factories in that industrial park. And Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for recognizing the efforts of the industrialists in that industrial park. And Madam Speaker, so therefore there is no land for giving out to any investor in that place. We have leased it out for a period of 5 years until the investor fails, and I want to say that he's on time. He has not failed, and we're having the 50 factories there, and he's on a steady progress. Madam Speaker, I want to continue to the next question. Failure to access the industrial park. Of course, it has been privatized. Government leased that entire land, so you cannot just wake up in your house and walk into that industrial park. The public land is that one of Namamve Industrial Park that you can wake up and walk into. Honorable Betty asked the question that land at Namamve, the only land for NFA, that also government wants to take it away. Honorable Betty, I want to give you assurance that that is not going to happen under my watch, because I believe in protecting our environment, and so does the President of the Republic of Uganda believe in protecting the environment. We shall not take that forest land. I am very honest about it, and you can say, but the truth is we will not encroach the forest land. Be assured. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Betty Steele asked a question and said that the accounting officer was released 800 million. Right Honorable Speaker, everyone in this country has seen me talking about the corruption in Uganda Investment Authority. There is nobody who doesn't know that there's corruption there. Even me as the minister. Where is Honorable Sewungu? Honorable Sewungu said that I should be behind bars for saying that the corrupt people are there. Right Honorable Speaker, my heart is bleeding that the corrupt in UIA are getting protected. And my heart bleeds. They are corrupt. They have to be behind bars like yesterday. But they're getting protected, and therefore what can I do? Poor me. What am I supposed to do? Nothing. So, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me proceed to the question of Juliet.
Order.
I have done my part. My part as the minister responsible. I know the extent to which the law empowers me. The law empowers me that if I am not sure, if I detect corruption.
Honorable members, order.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. The law empowers me that if I detect corruption, I should speak about it or report. I have done that under my signature and reported the issues of corruption in UIA to the IGG's office, and the IGG has written back to me that they've started the investigation. I have done my part. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to continue. What else can I do? I've done my part. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Juliet asked the question.
Order, members, can we listen? We are going to make a Prime Minister's time.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to rush quickly so that we save time for the Prime Minister's time. There is a question from Honorable Juliet that the project at Namamve are not being fully fulfilled or done in time. Right Honorable Speaker, that's very true. The project is lagged behind. It is at 50%. It should have been completed by 19th of January this year, but we are behind schedule, as you all know. Today we're in October. The project is only at 50%. When you say, they say you're bad. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Tumsime asked a question. Honorable Tumsime asked a question about the non-NTR, the 10% that we've not released the money. Right Honorable Speaker, on that point, I agree with the committee's recommendation and the observation. Dr. Atim, Honorable Dr. Atim, that we appropriated cash budget and they did not spend the money. I also agree with the recommendation that the accounting officer should be held responsible. Yes, because you did your part and released the money, but the money was not actually utilized. And the Speaker, you did allude to that fact. Honorable Mapenduzi, I would be very excited if you told me where the land is in Gulu, because there's a huge interest from people whereby everyone wants actually to do an industrial park in Gulu. when the last time, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, that I wrote to the Gulu local government, they told me they did not have land, and in the Acholi sub-region, the only land that was availed to us was in Padey. Right Honorable Speaker, the unfortunate bit of it is that as government, we've not gotten money to do the infrastructure development in Padey. I apologize to the people of Padey that we will make good by making sure that we mobilize more resources to do the project in Padey. Right Honorable Speaker,
can you finish? Finish.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. There is a question from Honorable Milton that I should give the status of the industrial park. And Honorable Milton is talking about the land in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the land that Right Honorable Prime Minister, former Honorable Ruakana Rugunda, had started negotiating with the people of Iganga is available. However, the challenge was that we do not have money to acquire that land. To that extent, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, guided that we must go to areas where people can make local government land in their districts available free of charge. And Right Honorable Speaker, I want to report that when we wrote to the local governments, I actually personally did it and went to the land mobilization. We were able to get land in 28 locations in the 18 zones of Uganda, at least every zone. And I want to thank the MP for Masaka, because for me, I was looking at a nationalistic character, regardless of the political party. I reached out to the leader of opposition, and the former leader of opposition made land available in Masaka. And I want to give him the assurance that we will surely develop that land. Honorable Pius Honorable Pius said in Hoima district, the land has been available, but there are people who, government officials. Honorable Pius, if you can just tell us the government officials who are actually, you can even come and tell me in secrecy. You might be fearing. I will read their names out, because I need to know who is in government, who is actually taking this land. Because the truth is, Right Honorable Speaker, in Hoima, the truth of the matter is that is the oil region, and we want to develop that industrial park. Honorable Ibanda, the Fort Portal municipality land, we got into, which is in Kabarole, and it's for the Fort Portal region. It has a wrangle between Ministry of Finance, Uganda Investment Authority, and Ministry of Agriculture, especially Naro. We have been wanting to solve the issue. I reached out to my senior colleague, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, and we are working on how to get the case out of court, because the former MP dragged us to court, and we want to resolve that matter. At least we get it. Now the matter is in the hands of the Attorney General, and the Attorney General is here. Honorable Moses Aleper, that UIA has spent a lot of money acquiring land. Honorable Aleper, allow me to educate you that we have not done that. The land that we have gotten from the people has been free of charge. Honorable Tinker, Honorable said, promote industrialization growth in industrial areas. The people sell land. This is the corruption. It is true. Today you saw my senior colleague, Honorable Matia Kasaija, summarily dismissed the leader of opposition, the current leader of opposition, by the way, congratulations, said that, yeah, because I did not see you. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that Honorable Matia Kasaija decided to do the action he took today of summarily dismissing the board, because there was sale of land, resale, double allocation, mismanagement, complete total mismanagement, and he thought the power that you gave to him through the act empowered him that he can actually remove, and that is in Article number 5. And so he dismissed, and he's appointing a new board. Honorable Amos, UIA should enter into an MOU with the local government. Right Honorable Speaker, we take that argument, that discussion, because His Excellency the President had guided us that we must work with the local governments to make land available, such that we don't limit growth in your local government areas. We want industrialization to happen everywhere in Uganda, such that you can, even in Zimbabwe, if you make land available, regardless of the corner of Uganda, if you have land available, my job as the Minister of Investment is to encourage Ugandans and also ask foreigners to come and put their money in that land. We don't want to discriminate the growth of Uganda and say we should concentrate development in only the capital city. We want it to happen in every local government, and I'm happy to work with the local governments. Honorable Agnes, you have raised the point and said government has given more incentive to foreign investors. This point, Madam Speaker, I wanted to tell my colleagues that the incentives that you hear us talk about are actually given by law. And there's nobody in this land, other than the Parliament of Uganda, that has the mandate to make the law. So the incentives that we have, that we talk about, is what you have given us to talk about. But if really now the need is that we must heap more incentives to the Ugandan investors, we will come back here and then you will amend the Investment Code Act, and then we put more incentives to the Ugandan investors. But as it is, I cannot work outside the law to prevent the will of Parliament that I respect and give the incentives. So what we are working is within the incentives. Madam Speaker, I'm only left with 3 questions and I'll be sitting down. What type of industrialist should be attracted and in which particular area? And who is an investor? Madam Speaker, you cracked a joke and you said, is it the person who is colored or anyone? Who is red? You actually say the person is red. No. Right Honorable Speaker, an investor is defined by law, and it is this Parliament that defined. For a local investor, you should have an investment license, and for you to qualify to have an investment license, you should have $150,000 US minimum. If a foreigner, you should have an investment of $300,000 US. And this was passed by the Parliament of Uganda. So it is well defined. The question that Honorable Lee raised and said he sees so many people, colored people, who go into their villages and are there and setting shops. Right Honorable Speaker, my response to that question, is that the investors are defined. If you see anybody doing trade, you ask Honorable Bahati, that is under trade. Minister of Trade, not Minister of Investment. I don't actually agree that they should go and do petty trade. So, and Minister of Immigration, how did they come in our country? And why are they there? Who gave them the trading license? Those are the questions you ask from Ministry of Trade and Internal Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with the question Honorable Lee asked about the 26. No, that my ministry is actually contributing to 2.9 trillion loss. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to educate my friend that the investment only industrialization, please if you can't distract, please let me talk to him. Industrialization contributes 26.5% to the GDP of Uganda, of the country. So we're actually contributing more than so many other sectors. 26.5% is only from manufacturing. Right Honorable Speaker, you asked Honorable Sawungu, I have answered Honorable Sawungu. Honorable Joel, the Leader of Opposition, I've already answered him. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable Anite. Honorable Anite, when you allocated land in the industrial area, after 5 years, it is presumed that if you don't use the land, do you warn the person before the land is reclaimed by Investment Authority?
Right Honorable Speaker, we have by law a set period that you should develop the land within 18 months. And within 18 months, if you don't develop the land allocated to you by government, whether you're a foreign investor or local investor, and many investors are in this room, yes, Ugandan investors. If they don't, we withdraw land. I will give you an example that we withdraw land from the investors, local investors in Parliament here and also outside. when the 18 months relapse. But to answer your question directly, if we give warnings, written warnings, and because of the corruption that I talked about, the Attorney General is struggling. Right, Honorable?
Yes.
Right, Honorable?
Let the minister finish.
Right, Honorable, because of the corruption that was taking place in UIA, the Attorney General here is fatigued with having to battle cases in court for double allocation and not following the right procedure. And that we need to address urgently. And he even told me he's fatigued, we must stop it. And really, I thank God that Honorable Matia finally acted and cleaned up, and we hope he shall clean the rest of the
Thank
thieves.
you, thank you. Chair, do you have anything to say? Let me hear from the chairman of the committee.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. We thank you so much to give us space, and we consider this report. As the committee, I thank you, the whole House, for the good deliberations you have made. They were on point. I also thank the members of the committee for your good work we have done. My appeal to the minister that under Rule 220, action taken report.
Actually, on this one, we need a treasury memorandum.
That's it. Madam Speaker, as Parliament, as committees, we do our part. We recommend, we observe, but unfortunately, the will from the executive, from the government to implement these recommendations. That's where the challenge is. So,
thank you.
The executive, now for us who have done our part, now the turn is yours. Thank you.
Honorable Shabi, you had something?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister, while talking about matters of the law, she kind of... Alion. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister indicated that she's working with the existing law. But while she was indicating that, she hinted that there are loopholes within the law. And the people, the person who brings laws for Parliament to amend are ministers here. So I wanted to hear from her, Madam Speaker. When is she coming with the amendment of the Investment Code Act or whichever law that needs to be made so that Ugandans are part and a parcel of these benefits, incentives, and everything? So when are you coming back with the amendments?
And maybe we need to just cite one loophole in one section that needs to be amended. Yes, Honorable Daisy. Have you
Honorable
ever
Minister,
had...
I have something very sensitive. I want to thank you for what you have just said. I have been getting information that some of these companies recycle the same money they use for registration. For example, when one company comes to the country and they have $150,000, they call colleagues, they give the same company, they trade with the same money, and then the company earns some interest. So I have been also getting that information. Of course, you have been talking about corruption, and that's also corruption.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Anite.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the information that Honorable Member of Parliament from Iki is giving, I'm hearing it for the first time, but I would not dismiss it. I will have to talk to him and investigate and follow it closely. Then you asked me about the law. The memorandum, we would bring it for sure. And then the law, we had started the process of amending the law. Our focus was to close bribery and corruption in the investment area, and that was our focus. But now members have interest and will process and amend the law so that we increase more incentives for the local investors.
When do we expect the amendments?
Right Honorable, we were so advanced. maybe I consult the AG, just briefly. Right Honorable Speaker, the Attorney General says that we are ready with what we are working on, which is the corruption bit and the bribery, that we could bring that. Maybe then members will, if they deem that we should amend and bring more incentives, then we'll bring it in the House, but we are ready.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put a question that the report of the Public Accounts Committee on commissions, statutory authorities, and state enterprises on the report of Auditor General on the financial statements of Uganda Investment Authority for the financial year ended 30th June 2023 be adopted by this House. Those in favor say on the contrary nay. The ayes have it. And pursuant to Section 53 of the Public Finance Management Act 2015, the clerk will extract the resolutions and the House will expect a Treasury memorandum to the effect within 6 months. Next item.
Item 7, statement by the Right Honorable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 8th to the 10th of October 2024.
Honorable members, in the public gallery we have teachers and pupils from Divine Way Nursery and Primary School, that is Chigulu North, Iganga. Please, the Honorable, wave to your people. You're most welcome. We also have pupils and teachers from Abaradel Primary School are located in Amolata. Doctor. Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure.
Under which rule?
To present business for the succeeding week. Number 1, the Minister for Presidency will present a statement on the commemoration of the National Independence Day. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries will present a statement on the commemoration of the World Food Day, selected for 16th October 2024. Right Honorable Speaker, there will be a statement by the Minister of Education and Sports on the commemoration of the World Teachers' Day. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance will present a report on the progress of the implementation of the National Data Transmission Backbone Infrastructure Project by NITAU, funded by China Exim Bank and World Bank, and the detail of areas earmarked to benefit in the next phase of the project. That Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Honorable members, the Prime Minister has given us a notice of business for next week, for the preceding week, and we will gladly wait for it. And we also want the reports of RAPEX in the House next week. Thank you. Yes, Kao.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank you and also thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister. She has dutifully submitted this business of the succeeding week. Week in, week out. But Madam Speaker, it has become a ritual. I have keenly gone through all the items of the businesses of the succeeding weeks. And it is hardly enforced, it is hardly implemented. One time, even one of those was a bill which was given for the succeeding week, but it took 2 years. The animal feeds bill. Madam Speaker, it is a ritual. It has become a ritual. As I give my colleague, let me conclude this point, and then you come in. Madam Speaker, this kind of practice undermines the integrity of this House. It should not be taken lightly, because the Right Honorable Prime Minister might be taking it for granted, taking the House for a ride. Moreover, this is serious business which should feature and get space on the order paper of the preceding week. Please.
Honorable Kao, let's give the Prime Minister a benefit of doubt. I'm on the floor. Let's give the Prime Minister a benefit of doubt. She has given us what she hopes to bring in the preceding week, and she will bring it. I believe in Majigere. She's going to bring it. Next item.
But procedure.
Item 8
procedure.
On the order paper.
Procedure.
Prime Minister's
procedure.
time.
Procedure.
Next.
Prime Minister's time.
Procedure.
Honorable members.
It is related.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Can we have the next item?
Next it is related to the previous.
It is okay. You will bring it.
Good, and the members allowed.
You will bring it.
There is bad faith.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Prime Minister, go and speak. Sergeant. Prime Minister, can I have you on the floor? Prime Minister. Which way? Prime Minister.
But this is not our parliament.
Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, can you start?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. Right Honorable Speaker.
Because you are biased. What do you fear?
Okay. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members. We got a question from Honorable Byakatonda Abdul, Workers MP, and his prayers are that what is the current status of the project to establish a referral hospital in Palisa. The second one was that what are the reasons for the delay in the implementation of the promise to establish a referral hospital in Palisa. The third question, Right Honorable Speaker, is that what are the specific timelines and milestones set by the Ministry of Health for the commencement.
Honorable members, listen.
Of the completion of the referral hospital that is in Parisa district. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, my response is...
Honorable members, I want you kindly to listen to the Prime Minister. Whoever wants to do accountability, please, let's listen to the Prime Minister. And I want to assure you, no amount of intimidation will move me away from my jolly mood. And I will not suspend anybody. If you want suspension, nobody will be suspended. Go ahead.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I believe that was a light moment. Right Honorable Speaker, my response to Honorable Biakatonda Abdulu's question are as follows. That government is not aware of any specific project aimed at establishing a referral hospital in Parisa. Currently, Right Honorable Speaker, this time my responses are voluminous, so I request that you allow me to summarize.
Yes, please do.
Let me go to question 2. Since members are going to read. Question number 2 came from Honorable John Amos Okot Agago. His prayer is that what are government plans to fence Kidepo National Park to mitigate elephant invasion in areas around the national park. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, despite concerted efforts aimed at preserving and managing elephants within Kidepo Valley National Park, incidents involving straying elephants and conflicts between human and elephants are on rise. This trend is primarily linked to the availability of resources that influence seasonal movement. Elephants, Right Honorable Speaker, naturally migrate in search of water and food. And in Kidepo, the scarcity of pasture and water, especially during dry periods, exacerbates the situation. This inherent behavior can result in heightened elephant activity on the community lands at specific times of the year. That Honorable Speaker, investing in electric fencing for our protected areas is the only conservation measure, but a step towards safeguarding our national heritage and ensuring sustainable development and the well-being of our community. Right Honorable Speaker, electric fencing has been identified, like I've already told you, as a highly effective measure in mitigating these challenges, because it serves as a deterrent to both wildlife straying into human settlements and unauthorized human entry into protected areas. Successful implementation of electric fencing in other countries like Kenya and South Africa has demonstrated significant reductions in human-wildlife conflicts and poaching incidents. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, His Excellency the President recently directed the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities to prioritize the fencing of Kidepo Valley National Park starting of the financial year 2025-2026. In response to this directive, Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry has commenced initial surveys and studies for designs, costs, and fence alignment. That Honorable Speaker, extensive consultations with local communities to ensure their concerns and suggestions are incorporated into the project that will be undertaken this financial year are ongoing. In the interim, we are continuing to manage human-elephant conflict through chili fences, patrols by rangers, and the community wildlife scouts, and the beehive fences. The third question came from Honorable Gilbert Olanya, and he gave a narrative that His Excellency the President issued an executive order stopping massive tree cutting in northern Uganda. That as he spoke that time, there was continuous tree cutting in Acholi sub-region, and the army officers and the other security officers are the ones escorting the charcoal dealers. And he asked me, he wanted to find out the plan for helping the President in enforcing this executive order. Right Honorable Speaker, my response is that on 19th May 2023, His Excellency the President issued an executive order number 3 banning commercial harvesting and trade in charcoal in northern Uganda and northeastern parts of Uganda, that is Karamoja, Teso, Lango, Acholi, and West Nile. This followed the uncontrolled cutting of trees for charcoal burning in the above-mentioned places that left the entire landscape almost bare. The line ministry, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment, through the Forest Sector Support Department, District Forest Services, and the National Forest Authority, has put in place the following measures to implement the ban. On September 27th, 2023, the Ministry of Water and Environment provided comprehensive guidance to the districts on how to implement the ban effectively. Number 2, we stepped up enforcement. Number 3, there was awareness campaign which was intensified. Number 4, engagement with Uganda Revenue Authority. Number 5, withdrawal of the forest products movement permits. Number 6, strengthening the criminal justice system. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, while significant progress has been made, challenges persist, and this includes impunity among some illegal traders, community corrosion, logistical difficulties in enforcement, and the need for greater public support. Nonetheless, the government remains committed to addressing these issues through the ongoing engagement, capacity building, and resource mobilization. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, government remains dedicated to implementing HE, the President's Order Number 3, on the ban of charcoal from northern Uganda. The question number 4 came from Honorable Achai Juliet, Member of Parliament in Ngora. She says that in an effort to stop the degradation of the fragile ecosystem, His Excellency the President directed that all persons who are hitherto occupying wetlands should vacate them. And that the people of Ajukai, Komoro, Agure, Atot, and those other villages in Ngora County appreciate environmental concerns and are willing to obey the presidential directive and stop cultivating in wetlands. However, for a long time now, their livelihoods has been revolving around the wetlands, and as such, the directive is likely to render them vulnerable and destitute. And her prayer is that can government immediately find an alternative means of survival for the affected persons. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, government has promoted 3 interventions, including restoration and management of the 936 hectares of degraded Agu wetland in Agu Adwarat sub-county and associated Odwarat, Odwarat sub-county and associated catchments, improved agricultural practices, and providing alternative livelihood options in the wetland catchment, and strengthening access to weather and early warning information targeting local communities. In appreciating of the commitment by Ngora local government, the Ministry of Water and Environment has provided alternative livelihoods. 1, a water retention reservoir of 10,000 cubic meters was established to support the regeneration of Agu wetland and put up to 1,000 households who voluntarily left the wetland and have since started receiving alternative livelihoods that are making them more resilient to climate change. The Ministry of Water and Environment, Right Honorable Speaker, also constructed 5 fish ponds and stocked them. The ministry has also established a mini irrigation scheme that benefits surrounding communities by growing and marketing horticulture crops such as cabbages, watermelon, and carrots. Communities in Agu were also provided with the following alternative livelihood benefits as listed below. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, an automatic weather station was established which provides farmers with early warning information that is impacting their productivity and strengthening resilience to climate change impact. Question number 5 came from Honorable Nkwasibwe Zinkuratire Henry from Ruhama County. That on 20th August 2024, Law Development Center released notifications to applicants who have been admitted for the academic year 2024-2025. Majority of the applicants were, however, denied admissions without any remedy whatsoever. He personally made inquiries with the director, LDC's office, and was informed that they only admitted applicants that had a CGPA of 3.6 and above from their respective universities. Furthermore, that there has been no remedy provided to those applicants that have not been admitted despite LDC having issued no notices for the said mark at university in order to apply and join. It should be noted that it's only LDC with a monopoly to teach the postgraduate diploma in legal practice, and nobody can practice law in this country without this diploma. And his prayer is that what is the legally required mark for one to join Law Development Center for a postgraduate diploma in legal practice. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is a bit lengthy. I request that I request you to be patient. The entry requirement for a postgraduate diploma in legal practice at Law Development Center is a proof of completion of a Bachelor of Laws degree from an accredited university in Uganda. And this applies to applicants that have started LLB from Uganda. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, depending on the number of applicants vis-a-vis the institutional capacity, management admits applicants based on their LLB academic performance. This was emphasized in an official communication published on 22nd August 2024. Previously, all those who were not admitted in an academic year of their application would automatically qualify for deferred admission to perhaps the next academic year. And his prayer number 2, what is the fate of those that have not scored the said CGPA of 3.6 at university level? Does that mean they are automatically denied a right to practice law, since LDC has the monopoly to teach the postgraduate diploma in legal practice? That Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is my response. The Law Development Center admitted a total of 1,500 students to study the bar course in the academic year 2024-2025. And this communication was published in a statement on admissions to the postgraduate diploma in legal practice program for academic year 2024-2025, published on 20th August 2024. The statement further clarifies that out of the above 1,500 students, only 1,260 students are new or fresh students who have never attended legal practice training. This means that the 240 students are repeating the course. Out of the 1,260 students, 597 had earlier on been given offer letters last academic year, that is 2023-2024, to join the legal practice training in this academic year 2024-2025 without the need to reapply. LDC management had no option other than respecting its earlier commitment. This implies that only 663 students were admitted from the fresh applicants of the academic year 2024-2025. That Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the use of a cumulative grade point average was purposely to admit a number of students within LDC capacity in compliance with Schedule 4, Regulation 9 of the National Council of Higher Education checklist of quality and universities' capacity indicators for assessment of universities and programs under the Universities and Other Tertiary Institutions Act of 2001. What was applied was a percentage of 28% of the best performers at each university and not CGPA of 3.6. That Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, management has engaged other stakeholders, especially policymakers, the Attorney General, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to come up with short-term and mid-term and long-term measures to deal with the students that were not admitted this academic year. The short-term measure is to have a second intake in January 2025, which can accommodate all the 1,643 students that were left out during the academic year 2024 admissions. The Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development has written to LDC management confirming that it has no objection with admission of students for January 2025 intake. Accordingly, LDC will run 2 intakes in this academic year, 2024-2025. The Attorney General, who is here present, has also written to the management of LDC authorizing it to proceed with the second intake. LDC is accordingly going to admit 1,643 students that were left due to capacity constraints. The Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government is in further discussions with all the stakeholders to have a long-term strategy to the increasing students enrollment. LDC and Law Council are planning to hold a national stakeholders conference on legal education to inform the strategic direction for the future of legal education and training in Uganda, to address the limitations of LDC in light of the growth in numbers of those who wish to study and practice law. Prayer number 3 of the honorable member is that how can LDC account for the funds that these applicants have paid as application fees since they have been unfairly denied admissions? My response, right honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, is that LDC as an institution does not receive any application fees from students. All the payments are received by government through Uganda Revenue Authority, and as an institution, LDC does not have any account where it accesses the application fee. This fee goes directly to the consolidated fund. Besides the above, application fee is a non-refundable fee used to facilitate the admission process. This was done through this was done though a big number was unsuccessful. The fee therefore was properly applied to its use and cannot be refunded. Payment of an application fee is not a guarantee for admission. Once an application or an applicant is unsuccessful, he or she cannot demand for application fee on account that he or she was never admitted. And this is a standard practice in education management and administration globally. Honorable Godfrey Onzima, Alinga North, Yumbe District. The Ministry of Water and Environment has been implementing rural water projects under the Integrated Water Management and Development Project. In his constituents, they had considered 3 areas, and in all these areas, the water sources were drilled. This is in Rodo, in Lobe Town Council, and Aoba. That when he went to the district, the information he got from the water department was that the ministry had said that they were only going to work on one water source at Orobe. And yet in Aoba, there is K Seed Secondary School, where there is only one borehole, which the secondary school and the primary school and community share. Also at Lodo, there is only one borehole, which is also shared by a health center 3, the community, and K primary school. His prayer: is there any other government program under which these other 2 sources, which were already drilled, can be taken on? Honorable members, the Ministry of Water and Environment is implementing the Integrated Water Management and Development Project across the country. Subcomponent 1.2 of the project targets construction of water supply and sanitation system in refugee hosting districts in West Nile and northern Uganda. The refugee hosting districts that were targeted to benefit from the project include Moyo, Madiokoro, Terego, Yumbe, Ajumani, and Lamu in West Nile, and Kiriandongo district in Midwestern. A total of 6 solar-powered water supply systems in 6 rural growth centers of Aoba, Rodo, Goboro, Lomunga, Lobe, and Nyori were planned to be constructed in Yumbe district. Furthermore, a Nyao gravity flow scheme will cover part of Aliwa sub-county, including Zone 5 of Bidibidi refugee settlement. A total of 26 sanitation facilities will also be constructed along the water supply system in Yumbe district. Due to foreign exchange losses, the project is not able to implement all the activities as had been planned. Furthermore, the feasibility studies and detailed engineering designs have recommended the inclusion of water treatment processes due to the quality of the underground water that required full-scale conventional treatment that was not envisioned at the project proposal. The inclusion of the water treatment processes ultimately made the system more costly as compared to the planned cost. As a result of these changes, the project had to be reprioritized by reducing a number of systems to be implemented across the project districts to match the available resources. The water supply system that were ultimately chosen for implementation are those that provided the highest impact. I mean, those with high yielding borehole sources and covering large populations. Therefore, this reprioritization affected the mentioned rural growth centers of Nyori, Rodo, and Aoba. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, with available funding, the project will therefore construct the 3 solar-powered water supply systems of Goboro, Lomunga, and Lobe, and Anyau gravity flow scheme, which will also cover parts of Aliwa sub-county and Zone 5 of Bidibidi refugee settlement in Yombe. Government will continue to source for financing to construct the remaining 3 solar-powered water supply system of Rodo, Aoba, and Nyori in Yumbe, and the other systems that have been left out in other districts as well. The designs for all the systems have been completed and will be implemented as soon as funds are available. Honorable Byakatonde again. The question is, why are pensioners attached to Mbale Hospital have discrepancies in their pension payments, whereby officers with same seniority, that is title, and duration of service, but who retired in different years, would be paid a different monthly pension? That Honorable Speaker, my response is that it's a statement of law and facts. The public service pension scheme is a non-funded pay-go and non-contributory defined benefit pension scheme. The scheme rules are provided under Article 254(1) of the 1995 Constitution, which, for the avoidance of doubt, states that a public officer shall, on retirement, receive such pension as is commensurate with his or her rank, salary, and lengths of service. Article 2542, on the other hand, provides that the pension payable to any person shall be exempt from tax and shall be subject to periodic review to take into account changes in the value of money or currency. The parameters and the formula used to compute pension and gratuity are further provided by Pensions Act Cap 89 and regulations therein, and these are A. Regulation 4 of the pensions regulations, which states, subject to the Act and these regulations, every officer holding a pensionable office in the service of the government who has been in such service in a civil capacity for 10 years or more may be granted on retirement a pension at the annual rate of 1/500 of his or her pensionable emoluments for each complete month of his or her pensionable service. B. Regulation 18 provides the general rule as to qualifying the service and the pensionable service, and specifically considers the pensionable service to include the period of appointment to a pensionable officer, to the period of retirement under pensionable circumstances. Right Honorable Speaker, I request that members go through all that. Let me go to the last question. From Honorable Rwamwaka Catherine, Omoro District. Rwamwaka. Rwamwaka is Runyoro. On the status of coffee production in northern Uganda, the northern region has just started growing coffee as a value chain enterprise with the advocacy and sensitization by His Excellency the President in the region on the 4-acre model. But the Ministry of Agriculture has stopped distribution of seedlings to the farmers this year. The demand for seedlings and readiness of farmers is being frustrated by difficulty of accessing seedlings. Her prayer, what strategy and assurance can the Ministry of Agriculture give to bring on board coffee farmers in the northern region, particularly Acholi sub-region and Lango, that have just rolled on coffee farming? That Honorable Speaker, my response is that government is currently implementing the parish development model, whose adoption brought along a policy shift from the hereto distribution of inputs to farmers to now farmers acquiring inputs on their own with support from loans obtained from the parish-based circles financed by government grant. The strategy under PDM is to push funds into the parish-based circles from where farmers can borrow and acquire inputs of the selected enterprises. That Honorable Speaker, government continues to support existing new potential farmers across the country, and in particular the coffee growing districts of northern Uganda, through ensuring availability of quality seedlings through certification of nursery operators. There are currently 14 certified nursery operators spread across the districts of northern Uganda. Farmers have been encouraged to buy coffee seedlings Right Honorable Speaker, farmers have been encouraged to buy coffee seedlings from certified nurseries, with the enterprise funds being accessed from PDM. Right Honorable Speaker, provision of tailored coffee extension services through regional managers and coffee extension officers attached to each coffee growing district. There is also coffee technical officer or engineer for the regions, and these will continue to guide the farmers, both existing and prospective, on proper agricultural practices, post-harvest handling, and coffee processing. Government has also planned to procure and distribute value addition equipment in the form of solar dryers, cover crop seeds, and motorized pulpers. That Honorable Speaker, the above interventions demonstrate our continued commitment and efforts to support the development of the coffee subsector in northern Uganda and other parts of the country. That Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for the elaborate responses. And honorable members, just a quick announcement before you. Honorable members, when you come into Parliament, even when you're here now, I kindly request you to check with your pension. Who is your next of kin in the pension? I have a reason why I'm saying that. And I want you to check who is your next of kin in whatever you do, either insurance or what. I have had a lot of problems on that. I want you, even if you live here, you leave this institution, you live honorably. Other people should not be the ones to benefit from what you have struggled for. So you must go and check whom by mistake, you could have by mistake put somebody else. By mistake, you could have put somebody else. So it is time for a reflection now. I am serious about this. That is number one. Number two, this is the Parliament of Uganda, where we expect decorum and respect for each other. But I also want to thank government that we put the National Theatre near. Now, if you're not somebody who can go by decorum and respect for each other, just cross over to National Theatre. It is always open 24/7. Number three, when you go out there and you're given something, don't come and do accountability and playing to the gallery. You're doing accountability for the monies that you've been given that go and make noise in that parliament. This parliament will remain this parliament. And as the presiding officer mentioned last week, that it is the speaker who decides which item must be on the order paper. Rule 25, the order of business. The speaker shall determine the order of business of the House and shall give priority to government business. That is okay. Still on the same, the clerk shall, on instruction of the speaker, draw up the order of the business of a sitting. I am just reminding this House, what court has passed shall never see this order paper. Shall never see the order paper. Honorable Winifred.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for the answers she has given. I have two issues, Madam Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Honorable members, ask Honorable Minister your questions. Don't bring procedure. Honorable.
Relates to the Ministry of Works. There is a lot of extortion on the way bridges in Rukaya and Mbarara by the officers in charge of those way bridges. And the extortion is ordinarily targeted against our traders with medium-sized vehicles.
Honorable Minister, is there health here?
So I want you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, to take interest in that matter and ensure that the extortion stops, because they are charging people 200,000 shillings per crossing, and they don't do that to foreign vehicles, which are, in most cases are much more heavily laden than our vehicles. The second one relates to my friend Minister Frank, Agriculture. Our scientists in Naro, especially those who retired between 5 years ago and today, have never received their pension. And these are people who did a lot of good work for us, especially for food security. What is happening to the pension of those scientists who retired and had been attached to Naro? Can we get an explanation? Most of them are really in a sorry state.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I have taken note of the members' question, and I promise that if there are officers who are extorting our people, they will be prosecuted. We only need evidence. You know how serious these days government is, especially me. We shall handle those thieves squarely.
Naro. Honorable Minister Frank.
Honorable Speaker, NARO was established by the NAS Act, and so its officers have terms and conditions they serve on. So it shouldn't be a problem to process their retirement benefits. So I need to check if I can get details from my brother, Honorable Winfred, whether those are retired scientists from NARO or the MAIF. Whichever the case, I am open to receive their details. I will follow it up, and I will ensure they get supported and they get their benefits. Thank you.
Dr. Bedi.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The Minister of Agriculture did present here on the regulations of EU in terms of registering all the coffee farmers, but Right Honorable Prime Minister, UCDA, they need money to do this work. They have been waiting even for the budget that we provided for in this year's budget, the release. They are only relying on development partners. When are
Members, let's go straight to the question.
When are you releasing
2
the
minutes.
money and providing the money so that UCDA will do the work, which is very important?
Honorable Speaker, UCDA was provided in this year's budget 13 billion for traceability. And as far as I know, they are ready to start. And they have started. I commissioned it yesterday. They will need more money, and we have communicated that to the Ministry of Finance. We've also received support from the partners. Money to start off the exercise is available, but we shall certainly need more money to cover the entire country.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, Kalisizo Hospital, the District Referral Hospital of Chota District has not had a functional X-ray since 2019. That matter, I brought it up here last year, and the Minister of Health had promised that the X-ray would come. Until now, there's no X-ray. Issue number 2, we are aware that the activity on Sangobe land is on, but compensations for our people has not started. So when are the compensations going to start, Prime Minister? Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I have been to Kalisizo Hospital myself, and I truly saw that the X-ray is not functional. The Ministry of Health brought in some equipment, and I believe the Minister will answer whether Kalisizo is one of those that would benefit. Sango Bay, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the compensation has a bit delayed because of lack of funds. However, the President directed that we get money from a certain source, which source is going to give us money probably next week, and the compensation will be done. However, we request that the farmers, because some of them are now entering into the project area, we request you to prevail over our farmers. They are going to be compensated, but let them allow the investor to start planting, because his seedlings are outgrowing, which is not good for our economy. Thank you so much.
Susan?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is about the delayed compensation of the palm oil projected persons who gave in their land 10 years back and up to now they have not been paid. Right Honorable Speaker, these people do not have food, do not have shelter, neither can they get school fees for their children because their land was their investment. And also, the other issue is still about the palm oil project, that in the memorandum of understanding with the palm outgrowers, they said they will be giving them maintenance fee. And up to now, they have not done anything. And these people are now in loans. And yet, early this year, on 4th April, the President gave a directive to the Minister of Finance in collaboration with the Minister of Agriculture to make sure that these people get paid and also ensure that the maintenance fees are released. Can you get commitment as people of Uvuma? As of when shall these people get their money and when shall maintenance fee be released to the outgrower farmers? Thank you. We need a commitment from government and an update. Yes. And also they should consider time frame.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
They are related.
That on the expansion of the road Busunju to Hoima, some people gave in their land titles. And for 8 years, the land titles have never been brought back. So we are requesting for when UNRA will return the land titles, if in any case they are still safe. I thank you.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker, when I was coming to from Chankwan's recently, I was stopped by some of those people. So the answer is UNRA was directed by me before your question to make sure that they give me an update where these land titles are and why our people have not yet been compensated despite them taking their titles. I had already got that from the community. And I want to promise that next week I will have an answer for you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister and Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is true the President directed the Minister of Finance to prepare money for this compensation. 6.5 billion was required to compensate for 3,426.59 hectares of land acquired. In the financial year 2023-24, 3 billion was earmarked for the compensation. And we've been pursuing to get this money. As soon as it's available, we shall pay it out. It's an issue of money delays, Right Honorable. And land is known, that is available. I beg that we tell the people to be patient. We will have them compensated. They've been verified.
Thank you, Honorable Naume. Naume, then Moses.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is coming to about 9 months now when the government put an animal quarantine because of foot and mouth disease, specifically in my constituency, which is in Ntungamo district. So the whole of Ntungamo district is under quarantine. Madam Speaker, the government, I thank the government, they have given us vaccines and they have vaccinated all the animals. I walked all over my constituency because people actually depend on animals. There is no foot and mouth disease. But the markets have been closed completely. People cannot sell their animals. They have to pay school fees. They depend literally on animals. May I know why these markets cannot be opened and yet people have vaccinated? Secondly, Madam Speaker, we have been hit very badly by the hailstorm. Particularly in my constituency, Kaina Ward, and in Wahid Wentobo, and many other villages. Actually, it swept all the onions, and our people depend on those onions, mainly in a place called Ruai, those who know those areas. may we, and even Kaina Primary School, which is a government school, all the roof was swept off by the wind. May we get help and immediate help if you can.
Thank you.
Madam Prime Minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, Agriculture.
Thank you, Right Honorable. The question of FMD quarantine is a district case by case. We have sent out vaccines to those affected districts. We have clearly written to the DVOs and the cows. It's up to them to confirm that they have vaccinated the areas, to confirm that the disease has dissolved, to confirm that they are ready for lifting the quarantine. When they report that to us, the commissioner immediately lifts it. They've not done it. Districts that have done it, we have lifted them. So I appeal to you, Honorable Kabashara, help us to help you. Let's ask the cow of Ntungamo. Let's ask the DV of Ntungamo to give us returns on the vaccines we gave them. If there is no case of any disease, we will open them even today. So really it's a case by case, because they are the ones doing disease surveillance in the district. So let me follow this up with you, and we will give you a solution. I beg to submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Aleper. Aleper. We have to
Right,
balance
Honorable
the vote.
Speaker, and honorable members. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I have heard the minister's answer, but I wanted him to also take a note that some of our officials are corrupt. There is a way they benefit from the canteen.
Quarantine.
Quarantine. And so I want to direct him to pick up this matter. He goes to Ntungamo, so you can establish whether they are not playing around with our people's incomes. Because I am told that there are those who benefit from this, these restrictions.
Prime Minister, I'm also told some parents fail to take children to school because they could not go and sell the cows because of the same thing. So it has an effect.
Now, I wanted to request Honorable Kabasharira. I've been to Ntungamo many times with you. Our people are affected by that flood, and many other areas, by the way. The other day you saw the MP talking about Kakumiro. I request that I think we need to look for a way of you people reaching my office, because there are so many requests, so that we can now have a comprehensive way of handling these disasters. There are those we cannot manage because the money is limited, so that we can see those that are actually in need, other than waiting for questions here. I operate an open door policy. Whichever member of parliament comes to my office, it's only today that I was delegated and I missed the members from West Nile. But it is only that I was delegated by the president. Today we released the census, the 2024 census results. So I was presiding over that function. Madam, I request even other members that your people should not wait you should not wait when they have issues. The chief administrative officer or the district disaster committee gets a letter, because that's what we follow. We send there our technical people and give support to your people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand here to raise a matter of national importance, and a very urgent one as such. And this concerning the authority by the Minister of Water and Environment, Honorable Cheptoris Sam, authorizing an investor in the names of International University of East Africa to ferry charcoal from Achere in Nakapripi district to Kampala. This practice followed letters and directives to the Deputy Resident Commissioner of Nakapripi, via letters dated the 27th September 2023 and 9th April 2024, which were guidelines concerning the clearance of symbiotic burning of charcoal, and a directive to the DRC, that's the Deputy RDC, to allow IUEA to transport over 700 bags of cement of charcoal from Achere in Nakapripi to Kampala. However, the Resident District Commission of Nakapripi, in his letter to the Minister dated the 27th September, yeah, thank you. However, in his letter by the RDC to the Honorable Minister dated the 27th September 2024, he and his security team observed that the authority has been misconstrued and abused by the said investor, and he has embarked on indiscriminate and mass clearance of land vegetation to carry out commercial charcoal burning under that guise and pretext. Again, as observed by the RDC and the District Security Committee, this conduct clearly breaches and defies the existing laws governing the conservation and management of the environment and the Executive Order number 3 of 2023, issued by His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda. This act of massive land clearance will surely deplete the already disadvantaged vegetation in Karamoja or in the area, and will obviously lead to catastrophic consequences from land degradation. And this will be evident with these current climate change challenges confronting the world. My prayers: 1, the minister should come and explain to himself over this matter. And then secondly, I dearly pray that Right Honorable Speaker, you should constitute an ad hoc committee to investigate the matter. And also we find out how the investor acquired this land and was able to carry out this indiscriminate vegetation clearing. I beg to move. And before I go to sit, I want to lay down some of these documents. 1, a letter to the Honorable Minister by the RDC Nakapripi dated the 27th September 2024 with the reference excessive commercial burning of charcoal at Achere village. 2,
Honorable Lepe, that is a very important aspect. You'd actually bring it as either a petition, a motion, that would give you sufficient time, or you'd write to the Prime Minister on that aspect so that you get sufficient response to that effect. Because it's a very serious matter.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
So I want you to bring a petition or write to the Prime Minister, who will in turn tell her minister to come to respond to it. If it means going on ground and having that clarified, it will be done.
Much obliged, Right Honorable
Because when
Speaker.
you cut trees in Nakapiripiri, it affects me in Bukedea.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We, I've ruled on it. Kajwenge, Dakas, I'll come for 2 of you.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. My question goes to Right Honorable Prime Minister. A year ago, UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, started implementing the 2019 Act by compensating people whose crops have been destroyed by wild animals. In my constituency, Nyabshozi, I have 5 sub-counties that share direct borders with the Lake Kumburo National Park. And when they were effecting the law of compensation, they made regulations. So they clearly spelled out which animals destroy which crop so they can follow to compensate. Unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, it's important that the Prime Minister gets to know that the people who are making regulations left out some animals like impalas and zebras that they do not destroy crops. My people have listened to the President and have cultivated and planted modern pastures for cattle, for dairy cattle. These pastures are eaten by zebras and antelopes. Now, so they cannot be compensated because first the antelopes and zebras are not considered to be destroying crops and pastures are not crops. It's terrible. And they invest in money, and this is something, so I would want to know when these regulations are going to be amended so that my people can be compensated.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we shall engage with the Minister of Tourism to understand how these animals were determined as those that don't destroy crops. But I think it may have been an oversight. And we shall broaden it and correct the regulation as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Thank you. Edakas, Ivanda, Kites.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Madam Speaker, allow me address my urgent question to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, there are traders from Kaberemaido who trade in cattle. Ever since the directive that affects Balalo was instituted, these traders have always been affected. It should be noted that there are no Balalo in Kaberemaido. Kaberemaido also happens to be in eastern Uganda. We happen to use the gate from Zengebe that goes through Namasale, Amolatar. And recently, as I speak, ever since Saturday, 28th of September, I have traders with a truck, UAT 371Q, that were returned by soldiers from Amolatar. They were returned to Zengebe. And they have been in Zengebe since Saturday. Madam Speaker, as I talk to you right now, they have already lost some animals. And they are not being allowed to cross. I spoke this morning with the DPC Nakasongola, and he said that these traders have their permits, and they fulfill all the requirements. The exception is that they have not been allowed to go up to now. And the reason being given is not clear. I am told the one Afande Keith Katunji was the one who gave a verbal order that those people should not be allowed to cross. I have asked if there was a written document to that effect. Up to now, there is no written document. My prayer is that the minister responsible should help, at least in the interim, to allow these Ugandans leave Zengebe and return to Kaberemaido where they come from with their animals. If there be any investigations to be done, those people have the addresses. I have given all the details to my RDC and to the DPC of Nakasongola. I thank you, Madam Speaker. Information.
Thank you so much. Agriculture.
Right Honorable Speaker, animal movement is governed by law. Anybody moving animals, whether for trade purposes, whether for marriage or customary practices, if you have a permit from where you picked the animals and you have clearance to where you are going, including the northern area, because the northern area is not stopped from trading cattle. The indiscipline, the Bararo nomadism indiscipline, we prescribed how, the executive orders prescribed how we can deal with it. So there is no enforcement officer who should stop anyone moving with a permit, be it a police officer, be it a soldier. They have no right to do that. They have no right. So let me get the details from the Honorable Member of Parliament, and we shall get to know which officer stopped them, and I will report that officer to the Right Honorable Prime Minister for disciplinary action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congolese.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. The Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, for the relief. In fact, Ntoroko was devastated for a very long time, but we are beginning to get some relief from UN agencies and your office. We want to thank you so much. Although relief is not yet enough, and Bunduji also is also facing the same. Leaving that one aside, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, we have this oil road of Karugutu Ntoroko, 56 kilometer, and linked to Websengo, 8 kilometers. This road has been in the program of government since 2016. The Right Honorable Speaker, all other oil roads were constructed, apart from Karugutu Ntoroko. And we are having trucks that go to Ntoroko landing site. You know, we have one border point that you constructed by the government, and it's doing a lot of work, but vehicles do not really get there on time. And when are you having this road constructed, Madam Prime Minister? I've written even to the Right Honorable Speaker. You remember the letter I wrote to you. You also communicated to General Katumba Wamala, the minister, but up to now, and people are hanging me over that road. The Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are we having this road? When is the work beginning? I beg to
Thank
submit
you. Thank you. Let me use this opportunity to inform the people of Ntoroko not to hang you. Because Ntoroko Karugutu Road is a priority road. It's only that we are limited by resources. We should have even gone to another level of procurement. I will give you details, since we are always together in the office and everywhere. Yes. No, he's a brother. That's why I've not had an opportunity to speak like this with other colleagues. We are very close, me and him. We shall see what to do and make sure that we involve the Ministry of Works to make sure that that road is given priority. So follow your sister.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, while the Prime Minister was away, she delegated Right Honorable Nakadam. And when I raised the matter of Chitezi, about the people, when are they getting compensated, those who are in the buffer zone, and those whose people are not yet, whose people have not yet been discovered, the 12 bodies still under the garbage, we're informed that we should wait for Right Prime Minister to give us the response. Now, I would request and ask, when are we getting compensation for those people in that tent? And two, can we are you thinking about a monument for those bodies that now seem not to be discovered at this moment? And three, what's the plan for the garbage in the city? Are we having technology in place right now that is going to handle matters of garbage? I thank you.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, today morning at 8, I had a meeting over the matter. And we have received money from government. We have to
233 people who are still in the tent at the campsite. We have 171 homesteads or families, homesteads, who are going to be compensated tomorrow. They are going to be, they are not going to be compensated, especially because we have 3 categories. We have those who are tenants, those who are renting from those houses that got affected. We have those whose houses were destroyed for us to access the garbage sites that had collapsed. There are 20. We have those that we gave that are in the buffer zone. Right Honorable Speaker, tomorrow we are going to decommission because we want our children to study, because we took over their playground, the Kitezi Primary School. So we are going to give 2 million each family so that they can go and buy some small things. Now, the tenants, so that they can live. Now, we are also going to make sure that the landlords, those that have houses in the buffer zone, the chief government valuer will evaluate. The process is still on. The other 20 houses, the evaluation is done. But remember, some of them died, and we don't have anybody claiming in the 2 houses. You know that 2 homes, all the people who were in that home died. So we don't know who to compensate, the 2 homes. So, members, the government is committed to making sure that our people, those who are now in a tent, can go and have where to rent. That's what I can say.
Thank you. Clarification?
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
The clarification was from Lop, then I can come to you.
Myself.
This is a very quick follow-up. I'm glad something is coming through from government, because we have been pushing. Each time those people there have been desperate. Before you get excited, Honorable colleague, I am thinking about the 2 million shillings though. Maybe if the Prime Minister could break down and adumbrate what exactly is the 2 million shillings going to do. You see, I began by appreciating because something has come through. But I'm saying 2 million shillings for people that have lost everything is too paltry, it is too little. So I don't know how you came up with a calculation for 2 million shillings. Maybe if we can have a better understanding, because we who keep interacting with these people and their urgent needs and challenges, 2 million shillings is really a paltry sum. Maybe if you could guide us so that they know. So this 2 million, you can, I don't know, pay rent for this, you replace this, I don't know, help us understand how you also came up with the 2 million.
Another clarification before you speak, Prime Minister. But remember, we are talking about the tenants, people who are renting, eh? Okay.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Today, I led the delegation of members from the Presidential Affairs Committee to the place. I had a pleasure of meeting with the acting ED, KCCA, and some staff from Prime Minister's office. One of the most disturbing issues that I personally saw, a bit very unfortunate, is that these people have been herded into 3 small tents. These tents are extremely very hot. Actually, they told us, they asked me, Chairperson, kindly go into the oven and stay there for about 5 minutes. Of course, I couldn't. It was very unfortunate.
Okay.
The women stay alone, men stay in one other tent, and another one is for the mothers. It is so sad, and I thought that maybe even before we do all those issues, can't we at least get just about 230 tents? 230 tents. It's not asking much from government, so that each family at least gets a separate tent. It's a little bit inhuman for the time being.
Honorable Chair, that's a good suggestion, but what we are saying, we want to decongest the area. The best is to get money, give them, and they go. Yes, Prime Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you have answered. Honorable members, it is because of the situation that those people are in the tent. And two, the honorable member's suggestion of giving them other tents. You know, we can easily get cholera in that place. It is over-congested. Secondly, they are staying in a school. We want that school and the children who are in that school to have some kind of a place where they can also pray like other schools. So we decided, and I don't know why, but I believe the road mayor was in my meeting, and many other leaders. Even the member of parliament, I can't see him here. You know, I usually don't meet my colleagues at the other side, so sometimes I don't know them proper. But Nkuchi Nkunyinji was also present when we made this decision. In good faith, we are saying let everybody get at least somewhere to rent, to free and decommission that place. In good faith, my brother. You as leader of government, of opposition, you can also make some contribution. People have been contributing. You can also do some contribution. Now, I wanted to conclude.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the matter we are dealing with is a very serious matter. It's a matter of life and death. People have died. Many are still buried under that garbage. Several people have been to that place. I went together with a couple of leaders, donated items and so on. I'm not sure if the Prime Minister is in order to turn this into a jocular matter, because you are government. And that's why we are tasking you. So for us to say, one, we appreciate the 2 million, but it is too little, please add to it. And she's saying, no, you also go and contribute and add to it. I get the feeling like you are abdicating from your responsibility. That's why you are government. Is she in order, Right Honorable Speaker?
Honorable members, when we have a situation like in Kitezi, let's have a giving heart. All of us can give. All of us can give. Actually, Lob, I want to give a contribution myself. And Honorable Prime Minister, the question that was originally asked is, how was the 2 million arrived at? And maybe what Honorable Prime Minister is saying, let's first start. Let's start with that. You get it, eh? When we start with that, we continue as we decongest the school.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, each part of this country has got a rate. We depended on the rates that were provided from the districts of Wakiso. We depended on the rates, the rent rates in that area. Yes, the rates.
The rent rate.
Yes. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I want to inform you that I already contributed 200,000 per person. Me as me. You can go and find out. I went there, contributed. And many other people have contributed. I said this in good faith, my brother. Okay, members, I also want to tell you that government is coming up with long-term solutions. We are in touch with a number of investors. There are those who want to start urgently and have that place decommissioned. Remember, we also have 4 acres the other side at Kitezi. And we are going to give them to hand over these sites very soon. But the Attorney General is going through yes. Because this is the Prime Minister's question time, I don't have those breakdown members. When you ask me, I answer the way I know at that particular time. If you want a concrete answer, you write, and then I do everything for you.
Okay.
And
Honorable.
secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, this is not an examination.
Honorable, let's decongest the area. Let's decongest the area and have our children study. Let's decongest. In the public gallery, we have children and teachers from Adjournment Primary School. That is Serere District. You're most welcome. And that is Casilo County, where Honorable Elijah Okupa, the longest person in the house, and Honorable Adoa Helen, the Minister of Fisheries, comes from. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Members of Parliament, for welcoming the pupils and the teachers and some parents from Adjournment Primary School in Kadungulu Town Council in Casilo County. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this was the best school in Casilo last year in the primary examinations. I hope they will do it again this year. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me also this opportunity to ask some 2 questions to the Prime Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, as I go to escort them out of this place. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to thank government for the ferry, the BKK ferry, that we have the 2 to connect Buyende, Obukungu, Kagwara in Casilo, and Kabremaido.
For once, clap for government.
Club. Last month, the 2 ships were lowered. But unfortunately, Right Honorable Speaker, because government is owing contractors a lot of money, Terrain Services, that was contracting the dock, has withdrawn because they have not been paid the balance, so they can't complete the work, 2.9 billion. And yet, His Excellency, the President is supposed to go and commission these ferries in November on his tour to the eastern side. Right Honorable Prime Minister, can you use your powers to direct Minister of Finance to release this money such that it's not an embarrassment to government, and that the contractor goes back on site and completes this project properly? And the final one, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, again, we want to thank government for starting the student loan scheme under the Higher Education Student Financing Board. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a list of the students that had been provided for this loan scheme. But the unfortunate part, Right Honorable Prime Minister, because when we adopted the report of COSASE, because we realized there was unfairness in the distribution, this thing was supposed to be on a quota basis. But it's surprising that, Honorable Prime Minister, there are districts that are being given 65 slots and others are given 1. We don't know where this unfairness is coming from. I can see like Karenga, only 1 person. Kapelebiong 4. You go to Lira, they are 25. You go to Mbarara, is 36. You go to Tugamo, is 75. Wakiso is 75. Amudat 3. Amuria 6. Bulisa 3. Busienyi 39. Busia 58. Buvuma 3. Serere 8, Hoima 21. Last time we said, let us be the last. I have a list here of all these districts. This is unfair because this was supposed to harmonize, to bring equity. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, can you use your powers? Because when you look at this, where the ED comes from, they are 58. Why? And that was the same problem in our Kosaza report. This is very unfair. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, before they report, please call these people to order and let this thing be equitably distributed in a quarterly basis. The population census has just been released today. You'll get to know the population. Even where the Honorable Minister comes from, there are very few. Yeah. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we beg you. There is even a student from Kasilo who got 16 in PCM. He's admitted to Mbarara. He applied for law, for engineering. He was left out. So, Right Honorable Prime Minister, we want to request you to take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In the Kosasa report that was presented by the leader of opposition now, Bukede had only one like this. But even the name of that one was coming from Bukede, was not Kiteso name.
While, first of all, Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to thank my able Prime Minister for giving me the opportunity to answer the question which has been raised by Honorable Elijah Cooper. Colleagues, I want to draw your attention that the Higher Students Loan Scheme is always advertised on the national newspapers. Number two, we are all advised, and those students are advised to apply online. Number three, Madam Speaker, can I be protected? Number three, I thank Honorable Cooper for raising these matters, but I would also be much more interested in finding out if it is Katakwi, how many students from Katakwi did apply? Because if you're saying in Katakwi, 3 got, maybe even if it is 10, if it is 10 and 1 got, then there is a question. But if we are saying Wakiso, 200 or 300 have applied, and 50 or 60 have got, is there a problem with that? So I want to say this, honorable colleagues. The system we're using as a Minister of Education is extremely, very, very good system, and it helps all of us to get the most competent, the most qualified. I know the demand for us to take more is there, and we have always been asking for more money for us to admit and to take more students. I thank you, but as of now, I want to employ Honorable Cooper here. I am available. I can get the list he has. I can cross-check with the Secretariat. Then I can report back to Parliament if need be. I thank you.
Honorable Minister, let's work towards helping our country.
Equity. We want equity.
Let's work towards helping Uganda, helping the President, helping executive, legislature in checking. Maybe he's a whistleblower, and we must thank him for bringing it up. So you go back and check what is outside there. Maybe the technical people are not telling you or telling us the truth. That would help us really, because we cannot continue covering people when people are doing wrong things. Honorable, it is in good faith.
Madam Speaker, I thank you for that candid talk, but I also want to say, like I did allude earlier, that I'll be interested in getting this information from Honorable Cooper. I go back to the ministry so that I can correlate and get back to Parliament with the information he has, if it is true. And I would like, Madam Speaker, to request you that you permit us entirely to come and make a presentation on as far as the subject matter is concerned as the Ministry for Education and Sport. I thank you.
I want Honorable Elijah you to lay that on table. I want a report of COSASE of last year when Honorable Senyo was a chair, also to be looked at, so that it gives you the trend and you come with a formed decision. It helps us because you're helping the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to request my brother that this I bring this in good faith. I'm bring Honourable Sewungu, please. Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable Minister, Honourable Peter Gwang, I'm bringing this in good faith. Following what we discovered in COSASE, I was part of that team. Right Honourable Speaker, I gave the example of one young man who was admitted in Barara and who applied and was not taken. And there are a number of cases. Honorable Musasi here raised the same issue regarding Banda. So, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to lay on the table the list of the Higher Education Students Financing Board list of successful loan applicants for the year 2024-2025. I beg to lay.
Please lay. Honorable Minister, we want an analysis of admissions and kindly report back to the House.
Madam Speaker, I will also be able to bring, like I did say earlier on, that I will download the entire list of those who applied in each district, vis-a-vis what has been taken. But I also want to remind you that the demand is overwhelming and yet the financing envelope is small. I thank you.
Right Honourable.
Honorable Elijah, the principle of equity.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to give the Minister more information. Madam Speaker, I sit on the Committee of Education and Sports. And apart from this is complaining the number of students who are admitted, even the universities themselves are complaining. Some students who apply in some universities are not taken. So you find a private university has 200 students admitted in that university. A government university or public university, nobody is admitted there. And I can give you that information in writing and lay it on table here on Tuesday, Mr. Minister. So what my honorable colleague is talking about and what the House is talking about is correct, that there is an issue. Actually, we call it a comment of errors. There is a comment of errors in that scheme.
Right Honourable. Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members. The ferry. Ferry.
Right Honourable.
The ferry. The ferry. No, Prime Minister has not answered about the ferry. No, let's first have the ferry answer there, then you bring.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I request the Honourable Member to help me with more information so that I can make a directive. Definitely that ferry or the dock area will be worked on to completion.
Thank you.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you.
Procedure, Right Honourable Speaker. On the question we had earlier tackled of the loan scheme, let's be fair. When
I thought we had ruled.
Right Honourable Speaker, as a procedure, Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at the matter the other colleague has said and Rajo Cooper, we need a more independent investigation than the minister can do. Because when you talk about districts like Ntungamu and blah blah, and we live in Uganda and Isingiro, you know the senior minister in that very minister comes from there. Now sending a junior minister to investigate that matter is asking for too much. Therefore, the only natural way we can get a comprehensive report, you either refer this matter to the sector committee or COSASE to give us a more independent investigation that can go to the core of this problem, and we treat it once and for all. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence.
Now, we have committees that do oversight. The Committee of Education does oversight, and the committee will give us information. So the Committee of Education will give us information to the effect, since COSASE has already done it. So no, I have not given you time. The Committee of Education will handle that aspect and report back to the House. Jennifer?
Madam Speaker, I beg for your indulgence, and I think, Madam Speaker, because you are a woman MP of Bukedia, it should not say that the people of Bukedia should not benefit from the services of the government of the Republic of Uganda. I'm aware that my senior minister is a Minister of Education and Sports, and she comes from Ntungamo. It should not be said, because she's a Minister of Education and Sports, coming from Ntungamo, the people of Ntungamo should not benefit from the service of this government. I want to put this on record. Please, Honorable Chivumbi, I want to say, for the purposes of the students' loan scheme, they are applied and they are entitled to. I thank you.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, I have already referred it. I've referred it to the Committee of Education. But at the same time, it is not a crime for the minister to come from Ntungamo. If anybody from Ntungamo qualifies to get, let the person qualify to get. You get it, eh? Let's not look at it like, so shouldn't I get in Bukedia? Now let me also ask issues for Bukedia. My MP.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable.
Jennifer, I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have a question to the Prime Minister. I have about two issues. One, Right Honourable Prime Minister, over 10 years ago, the Ministry of Water and Environment carried out a design for the Bukedia gravity flow scheme. And this scheme was to be implemented in 3 phases. In 2015, the government of Uganda procured a loan from the African Development Bank to implement phase 1 of this scheme. The government had promised that the three phases would be completed by 2025, but up to now, it's only one phase that has been completed. The scheme was meant to benefit
Honorable Prime Minister.
The scheme was meant to benefit over 262,000 people from the districts of Sironko, Bulambuli, Bukedia, and Kapchorwa. Since the implementation of that scheme, the ministry has never shown any effort or has never come to this house to tell us the fate of the other two phases, that is phase 2 and phase 3. Can the Prime Minister tell us when are the people of Bukedia getting phase 2 and phase 3 that was meant to be constructed in the greater sub-counties of Malera, Bukedia, Kachumbala, and Kidongole? Secondly, Right Honourable Prime Minister, 2 years ago, the Ministry of Works and Transport did a procurement for a contractor to construct construct a bridge that would ease transport between Bulambuli and Bukedia district. That's at around Tajar. But up to date, there is nothing that has taken place on the ground. On the same note, the same ministry did a procurement of a contractor to procure a contractor to construct a road, to rehabilitate a road from Bukedia Town Council up to Malera roundabout. Up to date, there is nothing on the ground. And people are expectant that the ministries, these two ministries, are going to respond to that. Right Honorable Prime Minister, particularly, we are interested to know the fate of all the three projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my MP. Hey, you mean
Right
Bukeria
Honourable
should not
Speaker.
benefit? They are saying Bukeria has a stadium. It's a personal stadium. It is not government. Yes.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the matter our brother is raising is a critical matter. And so I want to request him to put that question in writing so that I can get answers from the concerned.
Thank you.
With details. Thank you so much.
Jennifer was on the floor. Kazo. But
thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mine goes to the Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister, the coffee farmers has gone beyond the 14 districts you are talking about. But on that note, we thank the government of NRM that has led even other districts. I beg to be protected, Right Honourable Speaker. Since the PDM money funds went to the farmers, the coffee farmers, coffee has improved in many districts. But the problem that we are facing is post-harvest handling. I would like to ask the Minister of Agriculture to come up with a plan on how we can handle that, the post-harvest handling, especially on fertilizers and trampolines and many more. The second one is, Right Honourable Prime Minister, our road, the only road that we expect to be tarmacked, the Chegegwa-Kazo Road. The works were supposed to be started on in July, but up to now nothing has been done. I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Prime Speaker and the Honourable colleague Jennifer from Kazo. I am happy to hear, and I for sure know, there is a great COVID revolution, Madam Speaker. Many nursery beds have been, the demand is so high. So as the Ministry of Agriculture and UCD and actors, we shall continue to offer advisory on post-harvest handling, on grading of our coffee, on harvesting of our coffee. And I'm happy to note that the compliance so far is encouraging, but we shall continue to offer advisory. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis Mujiche. Then Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, my issue to the Prime Minister is in respect to the Buheju Tamak Road. Buheju is the only district in Ankole that has no tarmac connection. The only district in Ankole. And so the connection of Buheju and the surrounding districts of Mbarara, Iba and Ashema is a problem. This road is not only a presidential pledge or a manifesto one, but it is a priority in the National Development Plan 3. The Prime Minister has talked about this road. The President has called it a priority road many times, but the road is not taking off. Right Honourable Prime Minister, who is delaying the starting of this road? Who is sabotaging government? Who is sabotaging the development plan?
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, all the processes to have that road done are almost complete. The Ministry of Works, through UNRA, already identified a contractor, China Railway 18. The Attorney General's office has given the guidance. What remains is bringing that pre-financing project to Parliament. We pass it and they start working.
Thank you. Feta.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I want to thank government for the rehabilitation of Karuma Dam. However, the traffic that the road has been holding cannot be able to go through the alternative road that has been proposed. Yesterday we sat as West Nile Parliamentary Caucus and requested government to grant us access through Chikomanyombo to Tange, because the matter we're talking about is affecting livelihood, the matter is affecting businesses, is affecting sick people, and we urgently needed a response from government on this matter. Right Honorable Prime Minister, when are you causing us a meeting with UWA and the Ministry of Tourism to address this matter? I thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, as you are all aware, the old bridge, the Karuma Bridge, was constructed in the early 50s. And so we are trying to rehabilitate it so that its lifespan can extend as we put a new one financed by Japan, JICA. The Honorable Speaker, because of that rehabilitation, all repair, government stopped vehicles from using that bridge. And so there are alternative roads. One is through Hoima, Bulisa, Para, up to Pakwach. The other one is through that Maxon Falls. He talked of a very complicated name, Chico.
That road is from Masindi to Chikomanyombo Gate.
Chikomanyo.
It goes to Para and it exits at Tangi to Pakwach.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. There is also another route from Ruenkunye, that route where we have a ferry, Masindi Port. That Honorable Speaker, we put another ferry on Masindi Port so that we facilitate the big traffic that was almost 3 kilometers inside and the other side. So I want to report that at least there, the vehicles have greatly reduced. Yes, I'm told it is now.
Thank
okay, you will get a chance. That Honorable Speaker, the buses, all the buses that go through Chikuma, that one, don't pay. Even the passengers don't pay. Reason being that the buses take many people. The other issue is, Honorable Speaker, that reserve came into force in 1962. Now, since that time, we have attracted tourists. According to UWA, the many small cars, if allowed to pass, they are more than 300 daily. And that UWA officials cannot give security to people in those small cars, since they are elephants along that route. It is dangerous according to them. And two, they are also saying that the many traffic, the many vehicles, once they go through there, they create a lot of sound. and the animals will run away. And making these animals come back will take us 15 years. And these tourists come to see the animals. Secondly, that they have no control of people throwing out materials, maybe food or anything. They can easily kill the animals. Those are the explanations they gave me, but the president directed me that they bring those explanations to cabinet on Monday. That's why I had caused a meeting with our West Nile members of parliament, but it was not possible. I'm really sorry. I cannot tell you that we can have it tomorrow because maybe, I don't know whether I have the Minister for Tourism around. No. So I request, Right Honourable Speaker.
Right Honourable, I wanted to make clarification. We have been passing on this road and paying dutifully without asking government to grant us access when we had alternative. The records are there. Who should not tell us lies. The vehicles we have been passing with through the park have never been attacked by either an elephant or any other animal. Two, as we pass through the park, there is a regulation of not more than 40 kilometers. If you exceed, you pay. So anybody who exceeds the speed pays. Members here who have exceeded that speed have been able to pay. 3, even the buses that pass move with the passengers. Does who have control over whether those passengers will throw rubbish or not? What about a small vehicle that will be carrying 1 or 2 people? This is an appeal we are making. It's a sensitive matter that has put us leaders from West Nile on pressure. And we are appealing to government to look at our point of view.
No, you need to get time and have a meeting with the Prime Minister.
Madam
As
Speaker.
leaders of West Nile, get time and have a meeting with the Prime Minister and have that resolved. That should be done next week. Sakol, do you have anything to say?
Thank you very much.
Both Lango and West Nile, all the affected areas. Yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, like you called my name, of course I'm not Sako, but I do chair the Uganda Parliamentary Circle, where many colleagues here are members. Right Honourable Speaker, some time back, the Uganda Parliamentary Circle purchased land with a plan to prepare a decent place for its members 2 years ago. The UPDF acquired this land compulsorily, deployed on this land and blocked our access. Yes. And the Minister of Finance pledged on this floor that we are supposed to be paid last financial year. This is totaling to 258 acres, valued by the government valuer at 33.5 billion. To date, this money hasn't yet been paid. Every time I've interacted with the Honourable Minister Defense here, he has directed me to finance, and I'm praying that we'll get the response from the Prime Minister, because the Minister of Defense has given me a number of empty promises. So my question is, when are we going to be paid now that this is members' money? If not, when is UPDF vacating our land?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and thank you, the Prime Minister, for gracing me with this opportunity to respond to a matter that I'm already accused of being empty, giving empty promises. This is a very critical matter because we are like for myself, I am conflicted because I'm a member of the Uganda Parliamentary Circle. Your PDF did not go to that land out of convenience, but was for strategic reasons. It is true that we are there, and the chairperson of the circle, we don't have any intention of vacating the land. And what we have, what Honorable Robert said is true, that the matter is now at a higher level. This House has engaged with the government at higher levels, and I think the Right Honorable Prime Minister would only be needing you to give the directive to the Minister of Finance to avail the funds. But all the processes is done. We are only waiting for your directive, which you are coming to give here now.
Honorable members, you got the answer? The answer was it is being handled. Speaker. The answer was it is being handled at a higher level. At a higher level.
Higher level is what?
Higher level is between the Prime Minister and the President. And you know the Prime Minister is an able Prime Minister.
Honorable members, you mean you don't get tired? House adjourned to 2 on Tuesday.